Welcome, everyone, to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. I'm Vince D'Addario. That's Brian Driscoll, and it is Friday, June 3rd, which really all it means is it's a Friday free-for-all mailbag, Brian. I'm fired up. I get to look at your beautiful face all show long, which, we haven't had you around for the past 2 days. So
I have missed everybody. Like,
yeah,
I'm not
man.
gonna lie to you. Like, I was even talking about it in the jury deliberation room. Like, man, I've missed 3 podcasts this week. Like, I miss doing those. You kind of, get into that rhythm of just doing them every day, and it kind of becomes monotonous. And then you get a chance where you can't do them, and you're like, I love doing this. I miss everybody. So I'm back. I'm ready to rock and roll. I appreciate you and Ryan holding down the fort and putting great shows together with me out. Even with your BS, Brian always disagrees with me comment yesterday. Heard that when I was editing the show last night, getting the podcast ready. So, okay, all right. Okay, but I'm glad to be back, and I'm ready to talk some Notre Dame football. So
absolutely.
Very interesting few days, man.
Yeah, well, that's a fact all by itself. So, okay, let's jump into this thing with a question from Coach Bent 574. So it must be a local yokel, just like us. Which position group on defense will have the most turnovers, interceptions, and forced fumbles only? So you got the defensive line, the linebackers, the corners, or the safeties.
Well, I'm going to go with the defensive line there simply because the way that you broke it up, that's the biggest group. That's going to have 4 guys in it, and Isaiah Foskey last year led the nation in forced fumbles. Right. So, or tied for the nation lead in forced fumbles. I don't see that changing the way that he plays. Linebacker could be in the conversation. If you'd have put the secondary together as a whole, I'd have gone with the secondary as a whole. But individually, as just 2 corner positions and 2 safety positions, it'll be tight. I do think the way that Coach broke it down, I think it does make it a little bit more debatable. I would say if it wasn't broken down that way, Vince, I don't know if you agree or disagree. Since we always disagree, apparently now. Okay, last shot.
Wow.
I would say it would probably. I mean, I'd lean heavily to the secondary, but I think the way that he broke it down by, because D line's going to have fewer interceptions, linebackers are going to have a nice blend of both. You could make a case for linebackers. Secondary with interceptions and forced fumbles could be in there too, but because he broke it down that way, I'd probably have to go to the D line. Although I'm very curious to see if the linebackers can be more productive against the pass game this year. Just the lack of production in the pass game last year is really the big thing for me. Like Jack Kaiser had a couple big interceptions, but other than that, we just didn't see the linebacking core have a lot of production against the pass last year, and they're not going to do it on forced fumbles alone. Like the D-line could basically. Like the D-line could get a couple interceptions, but they're going to get a decent number of forced fumbles, and that's kind of where I'm at on that breakdown.
From just a football standpoint, if we weren't specifically talking about Notre Dame, I would be tempted to go with the linebackers because I think they have they normally have an opportunity for forced fumbles. They have an opportunity for more interceptions than the defensive line would. But breaking up the corners and the safeties almost eliminates them because from just a numbers standpoint, like you said. So I agree with that. Almost to make this even a better question, if you combine the corners and the safeties, I think then it becomes a bit more of a toss-up. But if we're talking about Notre Dame specifically, like you said, and I'm not going to repeat everything that you said, but from a numbers standpoint, you got to go defensive line because there's just so many of those guys. And then also how good the Notre Dame defensive line is and how we know so what we know is that Isaiah Foskey is good at forced fumbles. What we know is Jason Adamiola and Justin Adamiola are going to be around the football and they're going to get their hands on the football.
Riley Mills is another
Riley Mills,
there too, yeah.
We know this. Like if we're working with knowns and unknowns, right? In June, I know that the defensive line is going to be all over the football, so they're going to have a lot more opportunities for turnovers. Linebacker, I would love it to be them, to be honest with you. In a perfect world, I would love for the linebackers to lead this particular category in turnovers. It's an unknown for me right now. And I'm just not sure where that's going to go. Right. So I would go defensive line as we're sitting here right now. Halfway through the season, once I know some more things, now granted, you'll have those numbers too, but once I know how they're playing a little bit more, then I might change my opinion a little bit. But if we're dealing in knowns and unknowns and then numbers, it's got to be the defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm on that one. Eric has an interesting one. He's going into a bit of a Wayback Machine. He says, "Hey, Brian and Vince, I had a random thought," and he says it was random thought in the next comment. "I had a random thought for some reason. I was watching the 2015 Notre Dame Virginia football game on the fake field goal flip from Kaiser. It looks like his knee was down. Is that a blown call?"
No, it's not. So there's an exception. The rule in college football is if your knee, elbow, things like that hit the ground, that is considered down. There is an exception in the rule for a simulated kick situation. So whether it is an actual kick, so holder catches it, his knee is down. Otherwise, every time you kick a PAT or a field goal, it would be
down before you kick it.
Right. So there's an exception to the rule that in a simulated kicking situation, you are not considered down until you have to get up and then go back down. Like if he goes up to catch the ball, catches it, and then goes down and then gets back up, that counts. What I'm referring to is if he gets up and moves, then his knee goes down, he would be considered down again. So it's a
weird quirk.
It's an exception. I mean, and it's an exception to the rule in the actual rule book. And also, from that position, you can flip a ball, you can get up and run, you can simulate a pass, or you can pass the football. You'd have to have your knee go down again for that to count as being down. But it's an exception to the rule in a PAT field goal situation.
Yes, sir.
And he has followed up. That has, as far as I've always known, my whole career, my whole life, as a quarterback and a receiver, I was a holder, in college. And so, and in high school, and it was the rule then too. So it's always been the rule that, as far as I know. Now, was it a rule 50 years ago? I don't know. I just know as long as I've been playing football, which was in the early 90s, that's been the rule.
Yeah, because back in the day when you and I played, it was the punter wasn't the holder; it was usually the backup quarterback, usually,
or a receiver,
right. So that's obviously changed in the
maturation,
or whatever.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
absolutely. We got a super chat here from Gavin Harden. Thank you so much, Gavin. He says, "Oklahoma drill in your prime for $1 million. Would you try to tackle Bettis or get through Foskey?" So
for $1 million, I'll do either one of those.
I was going to say, I mean, do I have to be successful, or does I have to do it?
Right. I mean, look, because half of it's going to go to the government. The other half is going to go to my medical bills. I still have $250,000. So, yeah, I'm doing that, buddy.
There's no question I would do it. Now, if it said I had to be successful, that might be a different conversation. It would be a much more possibility for me to tackle Bettis. He's got to go low and wrap. I mean, just don't go high because they ain't going to end well. But I don't know how I would do against Foskey. He could put me in his pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I would do either one, and especially Jerome Bettis now. I mean, he'd still hurt me, but he wouldn't hurt me as bad as he would have in his prime. But yes, 100%. Would I do that for $1 million? Absolutely, absolutely. Because once I finally got my cut of it, I'd still have enough to do something fun with it. There's no doubt about it.
Here's a fun one from Michael Collins, and I might have to actually write this down. I'm not sure. If Freeman is most vital to Notre Dame's success, what order do you put the following? The athletic director and president, admissions, assistants and analysts, the BCS format, the facilities, the fans, NIL, players, recruiting staff, schedule, and strength program. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 categories following the head coach in order of success. So this is an interesting one, Brian, because there's a lot going on here.
Yes, there is. So it's kind of hard to put that into. I'd put admissions down towards the bottom. I would put the BCS format down towards the bottom. Just because I believe if everything else takes care of itself, Notre Dame's going to have a chance. Plus, I think the BCS format in the playoff has made it harder for a team to win a championship at the end of the day, because this is what people refuse to acknowledge when this whole, this has allowed us to find a true champion, blah, 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 blah. And then they want to complain about it's the same teams every year after year. Well, in 1973, Notre Dame went into the postseason ranked 5th. They beat number 1. Another team got beat. Notre Dame jumps from 5th to number 1. They win a national championship. Literally 100% possible now. 100% impossible now.
Impossible,
100% impossible now for that to happen. And it was even worse in the BCS era when you could only get 2. So
right.
Yeah, that to me is at the very bottom of the list. I think that at the top, as far as Notre Dame's success, I think you have to put the AD and the president at the top. And the reason I say that is because they can be your greatest ally or your greatest enemy. And that's the reality of it, is if you have an administration that's helpful, supports football, and is willing to do what it takes, you're going to have great success. And as I think the last decade has proven us, a great athletic director, although I'm not a huge Jack Swarbrick fan personally, and I don't agree with everything he does, but I don't agree with anybody for everything that they do. He's been a great athletic director, not just for Notre Dame, but for college football.
Absolutely.
And I believe he has propped up a good coach. Brian Kelly's a good coach. He's not a great coach, but Jack Swarbrick's moves from a turf field, from the upgrades to the stadium, from the up to the new indoor facility, to the upgraded recruiting facilities, to all the different things he's done to push the program forward. He was a tremendous asset and ally to Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly never had to fight the battles that Lou Holtz had to fight. Never. I mean, he always had someone who would, whatever you ask, go for it, which is another reason why I got annoyed when Brian Kelly's like, well, I wanted this and the administration wouldn't do it. BS. Just own it. You were at the end of your time, which is totally fine, and you got a great opportunity and you wanted a fresh start. Just say that. Stop looking back and blaming Notre Dame for what they would or wouldn't do, right? It's ridiculous, because he had an incredibly helpful athletic department and administration, whereas Lou Holtz is out here trying to win championships during an era when the administration just blatantly fought against him at almost every turn. And so I think that all those other things could be in a great position, but if you don't have great leadership at the top, you're just not going to be able to be a championship program at a place like Notre Dame. Maybe some other places, Vince, but not at Notre Dame.
Yeah, no, I agree with that
wholeheartedly. I'd have, I think strength program is up there. I think assistant coaches is up there.
I think assistant coaches is high up there. Yeah,
right. I put facilities up there.
Yep. I don't put NIL very high, to be honest. It might be middle of the road.
I'll be honest, I put players after all the coaching aspects. Mm-hmm. Here's why I say that. Obviously, players are important. The players are the ones that go out on the field on Saturdays and do the job. But my point would be, if we're talking about building the foundation of a program, players come later, because you need all those other things in place to get the players.
Right. Absolutely.
As we've seen in recent years, if you don't have the correct infrastructure in place, you won't have the players. So if you have a administration that won't back you when it comes to going out and getting players like Lou Holtz had a battle with later in his career,
right,
it's going to be harder. If you have a head coach or assistant coaches that don't put the work in from a recruiting standpoint, the players aren't going to be as good. If you don't have coaches that go out there and coach these kids up effectively, then the players can't reach their potential. If you don't have the right strength program. So you could have great talent and the coaches are going to be able to lift them up. But if you don't have the good coaching, the strength program, and all the other things, then it keeps the players from reaching their potential.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe that's even more true the younger you get. So in the NFL, it's true in the NFL, but less so. It's definitely true in college, and it gets more so as you go down.
Sure.
Where I really believe that there's a great emphasis on having that strong foundation that you then when you put the right players in place, it's great. Because I would argue that Notre Dame's had much better players than what their results have shown for the last 12 years, especially recently, that it was the players that overcame a lot of other deficiencies, but there was a limitation to it, right? And so that's how I look at it. So it's not that the players aren't as important. It's just they come later because, number one, there's obviously constant turnover with the players. But two, if those other things are strong, then it's going to make it easier to get the acquisition from a player standpoint you need. You're going to have the infrastructure in place to make sure that the players are being developed as young men, as students, and as athletes to their fullest potential. And that's the big key for me.
Sure. And so one we haven't talked about yet would be schedule. That would fall in the middle someplace for me, because I want good assistants. I want the facilities. I want all of those things over. Now, we've talked many times about how important the schedule is,
right,
and it is a piece. It is a piece. There's no question. And like this year, for example, I really like the way the schedule shakes out. When we were looking at it from a quarters standpoint and where the bye is and all those things, it's an important piece. but I can't put it above a lot of the things that you just mentioned. So it kind of falls in the middle category,
Right.
but it's not down with.
It'd be near the bottom for me.
Okay.
Simply because, again, it's a byproduct of all those other things.
Sure.
Right? Like it's a byproduct of, do you have a healthy situation with your athletic director? Do you have a healthy situation with your school administration? Because those things are going to then lead into what your schedule is going to be. Is kind of where, because again, I would say all those things are important. All those things are important. I think NIL is important. But again, it goes down to, you can have a great NIL situation, but if you don't have a great administration, you don't have great coaches, you don't have a great strength program, all those other things, then the NIL is not going to do a whole lot for you in regards to being successful, because you're going to get these talented players, but you're not going to do anything with them. It's like USC would recruit 5-star after 5-star after 5-star over the last 10 years, and they were rarely good. Why? Because all the other stuff wasn't in a good position. Right?
Absolutely.
And so to me, none of those things are unimportant. It's just, to me, so the BCS format is at the very end. It's at the bottom of the list. I would put the interesting one is fans, because you could make a case that at the end of the day, fans need to be in the top 3.
Really?
The reason I say that is because without fans, there's no money for scholarships. There's no money to pay coaches millions of dollars. There's no money for NIL. You got
to fill the stadium in order to pay.
Where's the NIL coming from? Like, fans are definitely more important than NIL, because again, why is a kid of value? Why is a school willing to pay $2 million to a quarterback? Why? Because he wants to win? Oh, sure. But you're not seeing Division III admin boosters doing that, right? You're not seeing Johns Hopkins, who has a huge endowment, going out there and trying to buy football players, right? Because football is just not a huge and important thing there.
Sure.
And so the money that's in the game is because of the fans. The fans love the product. They want to see a winning team. They're going to show up between 70 to 100,000+ people, depending on the stadium. They're going to watch in the millions at home. They're going to buy millions of T-shirts, millions of jerseys. They're going to watch YouTube channels, read websites, and all that kind of stuff. The reason that we're sitting here talking today is because of fans, right? If it was just me and you talking, I promise you, Angela would not be nearly as understanding of the fact that I'm down here talking football for a couple hours.
You can,
like, you got a job to get to, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how about you got some grass to mow? You got some dinner to make? You know what I mean? Like, we'd be having a completely different conversation.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, but it's hard for me to place them within that structure, because they're such a unique entity.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Around it. So I almost feel like I'd kind of put the fans outside of it, but then also underneath at the very bottom, meaning like the foundation.
Right, sure.
Because all of that other stuff, why do we have a $1 million athletic director? Why are we paying the head coach $5 million? Because the fans have turned this into this worldwide huge phenomenon, which is college football, because those things weren't happening 60 years ago. Why? Because they weren't super popular sports. Now they are. And so, but it's just hard to compare the impact of a fan group to, like, the fans don't have then. So then what makes them different is the fans don't then have a direct impact on the outcome of the game.
Right.
As much as the other things.
I mean, you can talk about atmosphere and loud and all that. Yeah,
at the end of the day, Bama's not. If every Bama fan went to a game and said, we're going to protest that we think cheering is a form of communism, and so we're not going to cheer. I'm just making up something absurd, right?
Right.
And Alabama, so we're just going to sit here quietly and not make a peep during the game. Is Vanderbilt beating Alabama? No, it's still about all those other things.
Right. Absolutely.
And so that would be my point is it still comes down to what's the product that's being put on the field as regard the success of your program. But from a bigger picture, more from a macro level, is the fans have turned this into the beast that it is, which I love, because I love the beast. I'm so glad to be a part of the beast.
Sure.
So it's just hard to compare that to those other aspects of it, but they're all important. If you don't have a great fan base, guess what? You don't have money to give your head coach. You don't have money to give your athletic director. You don't have money to put into the facilities. You don't have money to put into NIL. You don't have money to put into all these different things. And so that would be. It's a great question. Michael, it's a really fun question to think about.
We could do a whole show on this.
100%.
I mean, maybe we should, because that's really good. I mean, it's. I would love to go through this and really kind of break down every piece of it too. You know what I mean? Because I guarantee you our list would be different. But it's really interesting to me where some of this would fall. Almost by some of it would fall differently than what I think off the top of my head, just because something has to go towards the bot. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
yeah. So anyway, I think this is a really good question. So thank you, Michael, for that. That was awesome. Demetrius Rex says, around this time last year, with some excitement about Reese opening up the offense and being more aggressive than previous years, do you think he was successful in doing this? Plus, what more can he do to achieve that goal?
I think the success eventually came. It just took a while.
Second half of the season.
And I think the reason why is it's a couple reasons. It's not as simplistic as just, oh, the O-line stunk, but that was a big part of it, right?
Sure.
The O-line wasn't good. I think it took Jack Cohn a little while to truly get comfortable with all the aspects of being the quarterback in Notre Dame. And I don't mean that from a big picture standpoint. I'm just referring to getting to the standpoint where, his footwork in the shotgun was more comfortable, where his understanding of the reads and the protections and all those kind of things, he just was more sound. I think that helped. I think the O-line was a big part of it. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and deny that the play of the offensive line improving, which came against a softer schedule. Part of the schedule helped.
That is true too.
As well, so I think there's a lot of things that factored into it, and then as the O-line got better, you saw Coach Reese have the freedom to do more and more and more because he had time to call certain things. So what can he do? Do you think he was successful in doing it, and what more can he do? I think the bigger thing that he needs to do is I want to see him not go away from the RPOs being a key ingredient to the offense. I think that's an important piece to this. What more can he do is, continue to build around your talent, continue to find ways to get guys in isolation. I think that's one of the things I really liked about last year. Okay. We should do a football 101 on this, Vince, and we're going to get those over the summer. Now that the staff's in place, things are getting, I'm going to start being able to do more of those things. But we saw more of him using formations and motions and shifts to try to create isolations on routes where you're getting guys open. Where in the past it was just kind of like everybody was running kind of like a one-on-one individual type of thing. Mm-hmm. Now it's more of, let me use this guy, and this guy to free up this guy for a particular play.
It's almost like next level play calling.
You're playing chess now.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas in the past they were playing checkers. And so just continue to do that. But then the other part is, what can he do? Continue, make sure that you have a good staff. You have a strong staff. Make sure you've got Matt Bayless on your strength program. And it kind of goes back to the previous question. I don't care how good your offensive coordinator is. If you don't have a good O-line coach,
you're absolutely right.
Coach, if you have a good quarterbacks coach, if you don't have a good strength coach, and you're not going to reach your full potential. So I think, getting Harry Stand back, getting Chancey Stuckey, if he's going to be the coach we're going to be, and then getting Jared Parker, getting Dylan McCullough.
Right.
You now look at it, it's like Tommy Reese. It's like the Captain America thing I used during the, earlier in the offseason. It's like, before he was Captain America standing all alone, and then all of a sudden,
here they come.
And now he's got a team around him, right? It's not he's not the Lone Ranger anymore. And I think that's going to be, and that's a bit of an exaggeration because I do think Lance Taylor was a good football coach. I do think John McNulty was a good football coach. So it's not like he was completely.
I don't think it was a terrible staff overall. It was just there was some weakness, and there is a
very important positions.
Absolutely. And
that's not true.
And there's places and ways you can hide not so good coaches. You can't hide them at offensive line.
Well, problem is, Vince, their best coaches were at the positions of the least importance.
Exactly.
And I don't mean that in any disrespect to Dylan McCullough, but I've said this before. It's always better to have a great coach.
Absolutely.
There's no question. It's just that at tight end and running back coach, you don't necessarily need a great coach.
Right.
The nature of the position, the fact that others can help coach it up. If you have a great recruiter, it's nice to have a great coach if you can get it, but it's okay if you don't. At O-line, you have to have a great coach. I don't care how good a recruiter you is. If you can't coach, it doesn't matter. So, and I would argue receivers becoming more and more like that in an offense like Notre Dame's. It's not as important
at Navy.
Not even Navy. Like, just because obviously that's a. I would disagree with that because the type of blocking they have to do, the different reads they have to make is kind of complicated.
Okay.
Having said that, what I'm more referring to is like the air raids where like they only line up on one side. They only have to teach one stance. You only have like 5 routes you got to teach.
Right.
Your job is like go recruit really talented players, and then we're going to fit them in the system.
We'll figure it out.
It's still more about, you're the W, but you may have 7 different potential alignments as the W.
Right.
And then you may have 20 plus different route possibilities and options, not on a play, but just over the course of your playbook. You need a coach that can teach these kids how to line up, how to beat press, how to attack stem, how to attack lever, how to use the stem to attack leverage, how to work on top ends, all these type of different things, how to react if the corner's here, how do you climb, teaching a guy to climb and stuff like that. Those are things that air raid guys just aren't necessarily having to learn, that a player coming from a more pro style system like in Alabama, like Texas, like Notre Dame, there's just so much more you have to do.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's so important to have a guy that can really teach the position at a high level where it's not as important.
Right.
And I don't mean this in any disrespect, but like at a Washington State, the way Baylor used to be under Art Briles, at a North Carolina, it's just not quite as important because it's so much more limited in what they're being asked to do.
And I will, since we're talking about coaches, I will also say I had interaction with Coach Mason today, and he is as advertised. Like, he is super engaging, like clearly knows what he's talking about.
He's an intense dude.
Which in a great way, you know what I mean? Like, he was able to coach like 100 kids at the same time, which not everybody can do that. You know what I mean? So they definitely upgraded at that spot. That's what I'll say.
Very likable person, special teams coach.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
That's a new thing.
Domer Grizz says, "Happy Friday. What are your thoughts on the chaos practice periods that BK implemented after the loss down in Miami? Do you think they have been or could be helpful, and will Marcus Freeman continue using them?"
I feel like this question was asked before recently.
Okay.
And I didn't think they did a whole lot. I mean,
first of all, it was a little too late, in my opinion.
Well, the whole thing is, Vince, it's like it was just something that Brian Kelly did to make it seem like he was addressing a problem that rose that he was the reason for. And it's kind of like, you didn't do a good job of preparing your team.
Right.
Your team got embarrassed. So let's do something to make sure this doesn't happen again.
It was reactionary.
On top of it,
right? It was reactionary.
And that's how he always was.
And I don't like that.
Yeah. Oh, I got whooped by Bama. Let me try to figure out how I can not get whooped by Bama anymore. And so no, I mean, you don't need chaos practice periods. It's called being a good coach.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, it's about creating competition. It's about creating tempo. It's about putting kids in stressful situations during practices to make sure they're prepared for those things. It was like, okay, like short term, if your team's not at the level it should be from a preparation standpoint, it's going to have a positive impact, but it's going to die out real quickly. And it's going to then come back down to, what is the foundation of your program?
Right.
And that's what he's always doing. He's always looking for like these gimmicks. And look, I'm answering questions that were asked. I'm not trying to purposely take shots at Brian Kelly. Questions were asked. I just feel like the gimmicks always fade. Right. And one of the reasons Brian Kelly never got to the level he should have got to is because there really wasn't a true foundation of the program that he built. And I know the Brian Kelly supporters don't want to hear this, but I've been saying this for going back all the way to 2014 and 15, Vince, that the players are the ones setting the culture that's thriving at Notre Dame, in spite of what's happening from a leadership standpoint. And any success they had on defense in 14 and 15, for example, at any time was more about having Jalen Smith and Cole Luke and Kavari Russell and Sheldon Day and Romeo Guara and all those guys than it was anything that was done from a coaching staff or strength standpoint. And so, it's gotten better because the quality assistant coaches for the most part has gotten better. But that's partly why I'm excited about this staff, because I think there's a better foundation being established from just a culture of the program. Like Brian Kelly used to talk about culture,
right?
But he was basically taking credit for a culture that he didn't really have a whole lot to do with. It was a player culture. Now you have a coach that's driving the culture, and that's why the players are I mean, there's a reason the players have grabbed on to Marcus Freeman the way that they did. And this was before Brian Kelly left, which was something that had caused some problems within the program. And it's because he understands the need to develop that culture on a day-to-day basis, to put kids in stressful situations on the field, to prepare them for those type of situations, to create competition and all those type of things, which is eventually going to make the program stronger. How long will it take? That's what we don't know.
Sure.
But I
Sure.
believe that in the end of the day, it's gonna work.
And I will also say, and I don't know if this is specifically answering this question, but any coach from high school up, coaches sudden change and that kind of stuff. And if you're not doing that, if you're not putting kids in stressful situations in practice and things of that nature, then you're not doing your job. And like I said, it's not a college coach thing. Like we do that at the high school level, sudden change and chaos and all of that stuff. That shouldn't have been a new thing. That should not have been a reactionary thing for Brian Kelly. And that's what disappointed me on that all of a sudden now they're doing this. Like, no, so that was frustrating for me on that front. So again, just answering the question.
You're not going to win championships by constantly being reactionary.
Right. Exactly.
It's always going to happen to a degree. Like Nick Saban saw what, the issue with Ole Miss and then losing to Texas A&M, and there was a bit of a reaction to it, but it was also looking into the future to say, hey, look, this is kind of the way of college football, so let's take it in a different direction. Because people say, well, he changed his offense when he played. Well, yeah, but he didn't run the offense that Ole Miss and Texas A&M were running. He went to a pro-style offense, not the air raid thing that they were doing. Exactly. So it is a little bit different. It is different.
Coach Koch says, can you explain, or maybe it's Coke, can you explain the scholarship numbers situation and how they can work it out to not go over 85?
Well, it's 86 right now, I believe, is where they are. I'd have to go through and count the numbers again, but I believe they're at 85 or 86. There's going to be either one of two things is going to happen, and I have no doubt that one of, if not two things, are going to happen. I think they'll still end up getting under 85 because at some point in time, there's a chance someone transfers. But there's also a couple people that, and I'm not going to get into names, but there's a couple people who may end up having to do the medical route where they just can't play football, or Notre Dame's not willing to clear them to play football at Notre Dame, and so they go on a medical scholarship. And then the third option, which is the one I think that Notre Dame probably least wants to do, which is you take a scholarship away from a walk-on, because there's several walk-ons right now on Scott. The 86 includes the Matt Salernos, the Michael Vincents, and guys like that. Like, I don't see it happening to Michael Vincent because, he's a starter and he's a very key part of your special teams. But, maybe one of those other walk-ons gets their scholarship revoked if the need is there. And it's not pleasant, but that's part of the business. That's part of the deal of getting your roster where it needs to go to. I'm not going to turn down a scholarship type of athlete that can help my football team for a walk-on who's
a good kid.
Not going to help, but a great kid. It sucks, but that's the reality. Right. Because the reason is because it may be unfair to that kid, but as a football coach, you have a greater responsibility to your whole football program. And it's not always about what's best for that young man. It's a lot of times it's best what's best about the entire team. Mm-hmm. And sometimes what's best for the entire team is going to mean someone's going to get, something happen that's not in their best interest. Right. Benching a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Right. That hurts that kid, but that's what's best for the entire program. And that's just the way the process works.
Rob Osgood has a question. How much input does the head coach have when it comes to creating future games? I know Jack Swarbrick is the one who controls it, but with what input? Thanks, guys.
It depends on there's no set rule. It depends on the relationship between the head coach and the athletic director. I think at the end of the day that the athletic director is the one that determines all that. But, if Marcus Freeman went to, and this was true if Brian Kelly would have done it, but if Marcus Freeman goes to Jack Swarbrick and says, hey, I want a series against so-and-so. Okay. Why? Okay. State your case and tell them why. And, more often than not, they'll try to make it happen. Doesn't always work, though, because it may just be a thing where, like, look, their schedule doesn't work and our schedule doesn't work. So the time frame that you want this game to happen, it just can't happen. Because teams are setting their schedules so far out in advance, there's just not a lot of dates available.
Right, exactly.
And that's what I wish there was a rule that you can't set your schedule beyond 4 years.
Right.
I wish that was a rule. I wish that was a real thing. And Notre Dame could still do their 5 ACC, 6 ACC games just like every team with a division knows they're going to play at least 6 teams. And Eventually they're talking about like getting rid of divisions, but you're still going to have at least 3 teams that you're going to play because you're going to have your protected rivals and all that kind
Sure.
of stuff.
Hmm.
I'd like to see them go away from this way. I mean, Notre Dame's got games scheduled for the 30s.
Oh
That's
yeah, like
absurd.
35, I think. Like I
That's
think they're.
absurd. I'm not talking about the ACC games. I mean,
Oh, you talking about
I'm
other
talking
games?
about like they're playing Florida, I think, in like 30, 31 or something like that. Like they're playing Bama in 28, 29, and that was set a few years ago. These games being set like 10 years in advance are just
Hmm.
silly, in my opinion.
That's
Like
middle.
just
Those kids are in middle school right now. That would be
right.
on that team, like or graduate.
Elementary school.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're
exactly.
playing a game 10 years from now,
Yeah, good point.
if that kid's if that kid's, I mean, that's a senior, then is going to be 10 years behind. So he's in the second grade now, right?
Gosh,
So, I mean, it's absurd.
that's
It's
absurd.
absolutely absurd. There's no reason for that, in my opinion, but
Yeah,
it is what it is.
it is. Brandon wants to know, does or can Under Armour or Adidas provide benefits to recruits for them to wait and announce their commitment at their All-American games?
I don't think they can at this point in time. But I'm not 100% certain on that. I think as far as benefits in regards to like financial benefits, I don't believe that they can. I know this for a fact that some of them have been told, hey, if you wait till this, we'll bump your ranking up and stuff like that.
No,
That's
I'm
happened.
sure.
But as far as financial benefits, I don't believe.
Well,
I
with
don't.
the way the calendar goes now, too, those games are in what, early January usually. Like,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of guys that wait that long
Right.
to commit
Some big
anymore.
name guys will, just
Right.
because they don't mind having to wait
Because
because
everybody will take them. I
especially now
mean,
with the NIL. I think the NIL thing is gonna. I don't think. I'm very curious to see how the NIL impacts decision making because for some kids there's going to be an advantage to waiting, but then it could be a thing where you're like, okay, we've bought all the players we need to buy, and now you're
yeah.
SOL, and we don't have the money for you. So it's going to get really interesting. Will it result in more kids waiting? Will it result in fewer kids waiting? I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out.
We got a super chat here from the End Zone. Thank you very much. He says, would y'all consider expanding to covering more Notre Dame sports in the distant future? Love what y'all do.
Well, we're going to kind of start doing that
Yeah.
with Sean Stiers.
Yep.
So like Sean will talk some, like if Sean starts his show when if the baseball team is still in the college
Right.
world,
Right.
if they're in the college world series by that time, or, they're still in the baseball postseason, we'll talk about it.
Absolutely.
We get to basketball season. If there's like a big recruit that commits to the basketball team, we'll talk about it in that show. I want to eventually get there, but it has to be done the right way. And we have to make sure that we have the infrastructure from a staff standpoint to do so. And that was the thing that was hurting us is we were taking time away from articles and content that makes us a lot of money and doing it towards shows that wasn't. Like I could write an article about some simple thing about football and put it out, and it's going to make more money than my post game article about anything the basketball team does, with the exception of going on the road and upsetting like number one Duke or something like that, right? And so I didn't want to be in a situation where we were just kind of half-heartedly covering those sports. I thought that was, we were kind of doing it,
Yeah.
and I just felt it
Like,
was disrespectful to the programs. And so I stopped writing about the women's basketball team. I stopped writing about the men's basketball team for a different reason. And that's kind of a personal reason, but I just kind of got tired of dealing with that. And so I just said, you know what, we're going to focus on football. And we had so much growth this year. And I'm not saying it's because we stopped doing
right.
that.
Right. Right.
It's more about because we started focusing more and more on football. And then of course there's a better product to cover now from a recruiting operation standpoint. So I always plan on, look, a lot of stuff that we do is thinking towards the future. And I would love to get to the point where we're having like one of the things I want to eventually do. And we tried to start doing it last year, but we just didn't go well. And I wasn't in a position where I was still trying to do so much that I couldn't get players in, or people in position to do these things. But I want to start eventually an internship program with Notre Dame where, kids who want to get into writing, who want to do these kind of things can come on board and cover a hockey team, where they take control of a beat. Hey, you're doing the women's softball team. You're doing the hockey team. You're doing the fencing team. And no, those articles aren't going to make a ton of money and they'll get a big cut of the revenue, but it's where we're giving the people who have a desire to read that niche program that not most people don't. So it's not a money maker. And then people that want the writing experience and all those type of things can do it. I want to get to that point. It's eventually, but those things are going to take time, right? But the thing is like I am not building Irish Breakdown up as fast as I can so I can sell it for a bunch of money. I'm building this thing up because this is what I want to do for my life, right? And it just go back to the beginning, Vince, and you remember me telling you this. It was, I'm doing too much. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do this, and we got to build this thing up one thing at a time. Right. And then when that gets healthy, that's why we stopped really doing recruiting for the website. We'd talk about it in the show, but we weren't doing a ton for the website other than just some analysis pieces because we weren't in a position to get there. So, okay, once we built enough to where then I could go hire Ryan and I could hire Sean, and now we've brought Devin on. Say, okay, I've always wanted to expand the podcast, but it had to be the right person. Well, I wasn't anticipating doing it this summer, but then Sean Stiers becomes available, and it's like, well, my calendar just got sped up because there's a 5-star prospect in this particular area that is now, in the transfer portal. Sometimes you just essentially, I gotta go get him.
Well, and he brings he's the play-by-play voice for women's basketball. He used to be the play-by-play voice for baseball. So like that automatically brings in coverage of those sports, right? So that's another way, but we're doing it the right way. Right. We're doing it from a place of expertise and a way to do it the right way, as opposed to, hey man, we got to get a story. We got to get a gamer up about the basketball team and, that kind of a thing. And, you're right. It has to be done the right way. Otherwise it's not Irish Breakdown material.
Right. But what I want to do is for those things to be complements to the main product.
Absolutely.
So like this slot won't be replaced by a basketball show.
Right.
We would just add a basketball show onto an evening spot. Like, I'm not going to do those. Like, that was the other thing too, is I was writing basketball gamers and I'm like, I'm not I like watching basketball, but I'm not a basketball guy. Sure. I don't want to be doing that. This is my wheelhouse. And so it's about expanding people that can then go bring a level of expertise to that without taking away from what is our bread and butter. And by having Vince do this or me do this or Sean Davis do this or Ryan Roberts do this or have Devin do this, that's not football or recruiting related, we're then taking away from the moneymaker. And we're not going to do that. We're going to use that moneymaker to build things. Absolutely. We're going to, I'm really, if you want to look at, we're treating it like a college sports program in that we're going to use football to make enough money to where I can then go hire somebody to cover basketball. Because basketball is not going to make enough money to hire a full-time employee. It's because we're doing so well in football that I can then go have someone that can do part of that. Or maybe in the offseason, Sean Stiers may do more basketball at some point in time and those type of things. But it just can't take away from what is the moneymaker, which is football. And it's also what I love to do. I don't really care to cover basketball. I don't know a thing about hockey. I just know when that little, black circle thing gets hit with the stick into the net, it's a good thing. That's the extent of my hockey knowledge, right? And then you throw an octopus on the thing and you're all happy, right? But that's just like, that's not me. Now, if I can get to the point where I can hire someone to do that, sure, that'd be fine. And then there was another one that says this, Charlie Lloyd, Brian, would you ever cover another school? Say a big offer came your way to cover another school. Only for I look, Tommy Guns likes to joke about the Driscoll, media empire. I would like to someday create sites that cover other sports.
Right.
Or other programs. I definitely want to do that. But it would be more about me launching a site, kind of building it up, but having someone else kind of run it.
Somebody
it wouldn't be me going and, I may do some things to help them out and write some film evaluations and stuff like that, but it would be more about going out and saying, hey, look, this is what I do. This is where my heart is. I grew up a Notre Dame fan. We live here now. I mean, I moved my wife here away from her family to cover Notre Dame football. This is what I love to do. But I want to get to the point someday where I own other sites that cover other sports and then they're held to the standard of how they cover that the way that we do. I would love to get to that point. And that is my ultimate goal but not the expense of what I'm doing here.
Right.
Right. It would be
It would
more
be
about
behind the scenes kind of,
I meet some
yeah.
young kid who I think would be phenomenal, or let's say okay, so like Devin Jackson, right? We hired him recently, and he grew up kind of an LSU fan, and he's kind of more of not really he's like it's more it's different now, but like let's say I thought he was doing a great job, and I went and took over the LSU SI site, right? I say, Devin, I'm gonna have you down there running it, like something like that, where I would own the site and then I'd have him run it and then go about it that way. It'd be more like that as opposed to I'm now covering the other team. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that. So yeah, great
Okay.
questions.
Yeah,
Great
no, really
questions.
good there was another, super chat. Did you wanna grab that, or do you want me to
I
go
think
to
there's a
another
couple
question?
more, but yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
can go ahead and pull this one up from my guy Mark Stewart.
Mark, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. It says, when recruiting, how much is put into mental traits and toughness versus just athletic talent? We hear guys talk about dogs and dudes, but how much does this factor into recruiting?
Depends. Is it a good team or not good team? Because I think the best teams look for that mark. I think like to be a great team, and I'm going to be honest with you, this isn't something I think that was put enough emphasis was put on in the past. In my opinion, there just weren't a lot of guys that had just a just a deep passion for being a great football player. There's way too many kids that were recruited who just wanted to come to Notre Dame for the degree. And my thing is find kids who want to come here for the degree that also have a burning desire to be
Right.
great football
And those
players.
kids are out there.
There's
Like,
Braylon
there's
James is that
yes.
guy.
Right.
Dante Moore's that guy, right? I mean, Charles Jagasol's that guy. I mean, there's a lot of guys like that.
Right.
Keon Keeley is that guy. Drake Bowen is that guy. And you can go to last year's class. Similar to Jalen Sneed, Nolan Zeke. I mean, there's plenty of kids like that. You just got to put in the work to get them.
Right.
But I think to be a great team, you need that. You have to have, and that's like one of the advantages of like watching game film or being at a game. It's like a lot of people that aren't. I mean, if we're being honest, they're not really football people. They're analysts that like are trying to become football people, and they have this obsession with seeing a person live. I'm like, okay, whatever. If you can't tell a running back has great vision and all that from watching game film, you being there isn't going to show you anything. What I like to be at a game for is to be like, let me see how this kid interacts between plays. Let me see how this kid interacts with his teammates on the sideline.
Exactly.
Let me see what happens to this kid, and let me watch his body language when he fumbles the football. You're not going to see that on game film because it gets cut off after the play's over. Does he get in his lineman's face in a bad way? Does he get in his lineman's face in a good way? Does he own it? And then how does he respond on the field? It's like if you have a quarterback that's a phenomenal player and then, he gets sacked early or he turns it over early, boy, you can get him out of rhythm and he can't recover. That may not be something you can necessarily always see from game film or whatever, but I can watch, or you may say, well, what's the problem? But when you're at a game, you can say, well, look at the kid's body language on the sideline. He's freaking screaming at his receivers
Right.
between every series. He's getting in his lineman's face and not in a leadership way. He's the one that threw that interception. Like what's he landed his receiver for? A ball with 12 feet over that guy's head. Is he just yelling at him, or is he saying, hey, man, talking to him like, hey, I need you to take that post route over the top, right? That's why I threw that ball there. Or you took it over the top. I needed you to level that off. That's why we threw that pick because I'm throwing it here. And you know what I mean? So you can get on a guy when a mistake is made, Vince, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, are you showing that receiver up, or are you going over to him and immediately talking to him about what happened? You can see the difference, and those are things that you need to see. And that's a mental toughness thing. That's a leadership thing, Mark, and all those things are important. Like, I want to see the film of a kid when he had from his worst game. Like when I was recruiting, like it's a little different now because the job is different. But when I was recruiting, I would ask you, what would you say your worst game was? And that's the film I wanted to see, because that's when I'm going to see how this kid handles adversity. And then I'm going to look and see what he did the next game. How did he bounce back the next game?
Mhm.
Those are all things that are part of it. And that's where you kind of differentiate the dogs and the dudes and the guys that really just have that, like it may sound weird, but like you almost want a guy like here's something I've always wondered about Michael Jordan and Larry Bird. What was their greater passion? winning or not losing? Right? What did Jordan and Bird and guys like that do what they did because they just loved to win or because they hated to lose? Usually it's a little bit of both, but which one? It's a lot of both, but which one is the stronger emotion? I think if you love to win, you may not win. You're like, that's disappointing. I like to win. But if you hate to lose, that's really to me where you have that deep, like, okay, I'm gonna do whatever I got to take to never have to feel this way again. And that to me is something I look for.
Well, and I think a little bit kind of piggybacking off of that, when you're watching highlights and you're doing things of that nature when you're a coach and you're recruiting, for example, a kick, right? A field goal. If you're kicking a field goal and you're up by 25 points and you're kicking a field goal, right? It's hard to tell that on a highlight film. Or is this the kick to win the game, right? Are you the same guy kicking that field goal, when you're up by 25 or down by 25 when it doesn't matter? Or are you the same guy when it's the kick to win the game, right? They were harping on that today at that camp. It's like, I need you to be consistent. I don't care if you throw that long touchdown pass when the game's not on the line. It doesn't matter. I'm deleting that. It doesn't matter to me. What do you do? Are you consistent? Are you doing it every single time, whether you're at practice, you're at the game, when the game's on the line, all of those different things. And so I think this staff really looks for that kind of thing. And that is extremely intriguing to me and exciting. So I think people are going to be very happy with the guys that Notre Dame's bringing in, because they're not bringing in guys that just want to be here. They're bringing in guys that don't want to lose here. And I think that is so key. I think that's so key to a recruiting class and how you put it together. So I'm pretty fired up, obviously. So
yeah.
Okay.
That's a great question. You guys are coming correct.
No kidding. We haven't even we're still pretty far back too. So that's really great stuff. I'm gonna bring Ryan. You ready to come in, man? All right. I started a couple of recruiting questions that I want to get to for Ryan as well.
You do 2 shows with Ryan. All of a sudden, I'm not good enough to answer recruiting questions. It's Bush League, man.
3 heads are better than 2, my friend. All right.
He's just appreciating everyone. I don't see the problem.
Of course you don't, Mr. Selfish.
Yeah, Mr. Selfish. Yep.
Oh God.
It's good to have you with us, Ryan. Thanks to you and Vince, both of you guys, for holding down the fort the last few days. I thought the site was going to fall apart without me. It didn't. Which in the end of the day is a phenomenal thing. So you guys did a great job. So let's keep rocking and rolling here, Vince.
All right. Domer Grizz has a question. He says, for which 3 recruits that are on June visits likely to be most important or impactful for getting or keeping them in the class?
That's a great question. That's
Right.
a really good question. I mean, the first one that pops, and I know we talked about him a little bit this morning, Brian, just back and forth the text. I think Christian Hamilton's a big one, right? I mean, you're looking for that slot receiver in the class now that Rodney Gallagher is going to West Virginia. So you have a player like him who's out of North Carolina area who is dynamic in space, has a lot to him. He's never been to campus, even though he has been on the board for Notre Dame for a little bit of time here. So I think that one's a really big one for Notre Dame. I would say Josiah Wagner is going to be there this month in June, right? If I remember correctly, he's going to be another one that's on the cornerback board. I think cornerback just in general is going to be kind of an important month, right? Because you have Micah Tease that's going to be back on campus. You have Josiah Wagner who's going to come on campus. What is that? Michael Bell is going to be a kid that's going to come on campus this month. So I would say, just to give you maybe more than 3 here, I think it's the corners that are going to be on that I just rattled off 3 names. And I think Christian Hamilton making an impact with him is going to be huge for them as well.
It's 3 for me. That I'm going to try to stick within 3. I'm having a hard time leaving Monroe Freeling off, but the reason I'm leaving him off is because as of right now, we anticipate him carrying this thing out, right? So June is just going to be another part of the process. The 3 that I really feel like they have to really crush it in this summer visits to just get this thing done is Jason Moore, Jaden Alsbury, and Micah Bell. I think those 3 are super important because I feel like if you can get 2 of those 3 kids in the class, they're not only huge pickups, but it's just another opportunity for you to then commit more resources to finish off those other guys. And those are difference makers, especially the 2 front 7 guys. I mean, you're basically done recruiting your needs in the front 7 if you get those 2 guys. And then I'm going to throw an asterisk because I went with guys that are uncommitted. So getting them, I think the the June visit for Peyton Bowen is going to be incredibly important. I'm just going to be honest. Peyton says all the right things about Notre Dame. I'm fully committed to Notre Dame. He's in the chats. He plays games. He does all these kind of things. And he says and does things that make you think this kid's 100% solid. But when a kid refuses to stop his recruitment, he refuses to stop taking visits. I'm sorry. We saw this last year with Amorian Walker.
Yep.
And the situations are different. I always felt like Amorian looked at Notre Dame as a placeholder. I said that from day one. I don't think Peyton Bowen views Notre Dame that way. So there are some differences. But you always have to say actions speak louder than words. And the fact that Peyton Bowen and Notre Dame wants him to. They want him to shut his recruitment down. He refuses. He was just at Bama this week. Okay, you can say all you want about, oh, I'm not worried about it at all, whatever. But, Keon Keeley went on some visits, and then, okay, I saw what I wanted to see, and I'm done. Peyton refuses to do that. And as long as he continues to listen to other teams and take other visits, he has to be considered a flip candidate. He has to. I mean, you'd be naive not to. But if you can convince him, like, hey, man, what are we doing here? We're trying to put together the number one class, and one of our best prospects is out, going to all these other schools that we're competing against to land these other kids. What does that do for us, right? Like, you need to have that conversation with him. Like, we're trying to get this Caleb Downs from Alabama, right, to go to our class, to be with you, to form the best safety class in the country. What does it say to him, who we think we trail Alabama for, that one of our committed players is taking a trip to Alabama? When we're trying to beat Oklahoma for a kid, for Micah Tees, what does it say to him when we're trying to convince him to come be part of this great secondary class that our best secondary recruit has been to Oklahoma 3 times this offseason? Right? I mean, that's a real thing, and he needs to understand that, and they've got to try to find a way to get him to say, are you on board or not? Because if you're fully on board, then it's time to you've been on tons of trips. It's time to shut it down. And if you are going on a visit because you're there with your brother, which is a very fair thing, then you can't be posing in the other team's team's uniforms.
Hey,
talking about Sweet Home Alabama on your Instagram page.
Right. Just be the brother.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, what if Marcus Freeman posed in a picture with Caleb Downs and was like, put out there like, we're going for the best safety in the country. Mm-hmm. Or, you'd be kind of like, man, that's a little jacked up. You know what I mean? Like if you're Peyton Bowen, right? Well, how's that any different than you posing in an Alabama uniform and putting Sweet Home Alabama in your thing, right? Like it may seem harmless, but that's hurting the rest of the opportunities of the class. And if he's not willing to fully commit to it, then if you're Notre Dame, you have to start preparing for the potential that he may not want to. He may end up not being in the class, because if he's as committed to Notre Dame as he says he is, eventually you have to stop. Eventually, mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. And as of right now, Peyton has done nothing to make me think that he's going to stop.
And Peyton's such a big recruiting tool too for a couple of the corners that I talked about earlier, right? It's like Micah Bell's a Texas kid, Micah Tees is Oklahoma. You're one state away. Seeing that, he could be a guy that's like pushing you, right? Because it's a regional thing. Like, hey, let's go up together. Let's do that type of thing. And if you seem wishy-washy, how does that look for a couple of those guys that are going to potentially go up to South Bend as well?
And my understanding is Peyton says all the right things to those kids. But again, actions speak louder than words. So if you're telling Micah Tees, hey, man, Notre Dame's the move. You got to come play with me, blah, 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 blah. That's cool, man. I'm thinking about it. What are you doing this weekend? Oh, I'm going to visit Oklahoma. Okay. Didn't you just tell me that Notre Dame was the move and I need to not go to Oklahoma? Why are you going to Oklahoma? Right? Like, it's not going to help. Same thing with Micah Bell. Like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I'm visiting so-and-so this weekend. You're telling me that you're all about Notre Dame, but you're going to visit that school this weekend. Right? It's a part of it. And I mean, he has a right to do it. I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset with Peyton Bowen for doing it. This isn't an anger thing. It's just it's a reality thing. You're either in the class or you're not. And if you're not willing to completely shut your recruitment down and be with us, with the exception of, yeah, be with your family when your brother's going through the process. I'm cool with that. But then, there's a way to be on campus as a brother, and then there's a way to be on campus as you're a recruit.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he has to understand that, because he's going to help. It's going to, and I don't think Peyton views it that way. I think these are harmless things for him. I do. But eventually it's like, okay, enough is enough, or we've got to go out and figure out as Notre Dame coaching staff, you'd have to tell yourself, we have to go out and protect ourselves because we need a second safety in this class. And
it's just the landscape of recruiting and the transfer portal now, where it's just like, it's okay to be a little wishy-washy, it's
Right.
okay to do all the visits. And again, he has every right to take this the way he wants, but you have to be honest about it, right? Like, that's been our whole thing about Peyton from the beginning. It's like, you knew Keon Keeley was going to take some visits. You knew that Dante Moore was going to take all his officials before committing to a school. You knew all these things. Peyton's just one where it seems like it hasn't been 100% honest the entire time.
Right. Or he says one thing and then, oh yeah, I'm 100% locked into Notre Dame. Okay, cool. What are your plans this weekend? Oh, I'm going to Alabama. Oh, I'm going to go to Texas. Oh, I'm going to go to Oregon, or whatever the case may be. And, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting.
Okay, Matt has another recruiting question here. He says, considering the need at slot wide receiver, if Christian Hamilton is blown away on his visit and wants to commit, would they take him, or would the staff wait on Hannafin and Flores?
The answer is yes. I mean, it's simple. He's different than both Hannafin and Flores, right? Hannafin's your true outside guy. Flores, I think, can do a little bit of outside, inside stuff, but the only true slot that's on that list is Christian Hamilton. And even if it's not a one or the other type of situation, they would take all three of those players. But to answer the question, Matt, yes. If Christian Hamilton, if they knock it out of the park when he comes for his visit and he wants to commit, they will take Christian Hamilton, in my opinion.
Yeah, they would take all three of those kids. I mean, they will get to 5 receivers in this class if they need to, if it's the right 5. And basically, we had talked before about, Braylon James, Jaden Greathouse, Ronan Hannafin, Rodney Gallagher, and Rico Flores, or there's some other receivers on the board. All you do is remove Gallagher, insert Hamilton for this conversation, and it's the same thing. So I agree with Ryan. They definitely believe they would take Christian Hamilton right now. Taking Christian Hamilton has no impact, as far as I understand, on definitely not on Ronan Hannafin, and I don't believe on Rico Flores either.
Got a super chat here from Mark. Thank you so much, Mark. Does Notre Dame have a fence around Chicago, the suburbs, and Indiana? And if not, why not?
Well, they just haven't been that. They do on Indiana for the most part.
Yeah.
They haven't lost many. It's been a while since they've lost an Indiana kid that they wanted. I think you'd have to go back to Austin Mack. The last time that I can remember Notre Dame losing an Indiana kid that they wanted or that they could get into school. It's been a while. They didn't want George Karlaftis.
We think so similarly, Brian. My question was going to be, when's the last time they lost an Indiana kid?
Yeah, I think it was Austin Mack.
Yeah,
I think it was Austin Mack. Like there's other guys that they didn't get. They didn't get George Karlaftis, but they didn't want George Karlaftis, right. Which, I mean, that's more of a
evaluation situation.
Right, evaluation mistake. There's guys they wanted that they couldn't get into school. Right?
Did they recruit Joe Tippmann? I think I may have asked you this before. The Wisconsin offensive lineman. No. He's a pretty good player. That's a shame.
I think James Hurst they might have lost, but that was a long time ago. They haven't lost many Indiana kids that they've wanted. Again, like Terry McLaren went to Ohio State. Notre Dame never really recruited him. I mean, again, I don't know if it was an academic thing, if it was just a bad evaluation. I don't know the answer to that, but they didn't lose that kid. So they pretty much have a fence around Indiana. They'll just open the gate up and let some kids out. That they decide not to take. Like Chicago's a different one, Mark, because they definitely do not have a fence around Chicago. And I mean, last year's a perfect example of that. Cardinal Tate's a perfect example of that. Caleb Brown, not getting Caleb Brown. You lose Tyler Morris. I was actually okay losing Tyler Morris because I just don't think he's that great. And he then went and tore his ACL. But Caleb Brown, they hardly recruited at all. They have a pretty good fence around, a pretty strong fence around the Catholic League, but it's not a super high fence, so the really good players can kind of leap it. If I'm trying to use this fence analogy, right? So Cardinal Tate's good enough to leap that fence and get to where he needs to get to. So no, they don't have one around Chicago. They need to have one. Basically, whether you get one kid out of Chicago a year or 4 or 5, the reality is when you want a kid from Chicago, you need to get them. And when I say Chicago, I'm talking about Chicago and all its suburbs, Lake Forest, all those. So like Peter Skoronski, no excuse to kind of have that kind of miss, right? I mean, that just, if a kid's close to being good enough for you, you need to take them, right? And those are the things that they need to do. So yes, like it should never be a question if you're going to go after Justin Scott or not. The only question should be, okay, we got to wait to do our due diligence from an academic and fit standpoint before we offer, which is legitimate because some of the Chicago kids will commit on the spot or soon after. So you need to make sure it's an offer that they can commit to, meaning you want him, he checks all the boxes of what a kid needs to do to get to Notre Dame. So to me, that is where they need to go. Somebody said the linebacker that went to Michigan, they didn't know. Cameron McGrone is not a guy that Notre Dame lost. Notre Dame basically stopped recruiting Cameron McGrone. Now, you can argue that was a mistake, but they didn't lose Cameron McGrone, right? They stopped recruiting him because that was the year that they got Jack Lamb, they got Bo Bauer, they got Ovia Gofu, and there was one other linebacker that they took. But basically, like when they got Jack Lamb, they kind of backed off of Cam McGrone. But no, they could have got Cam McGrone if they wanted him. They just chose to move on. So, like I said, there have been really good. Terry McLaurin's an even better example than Cam McGrone because he went to Ohio State and he's a much better player right now. And that's not a knock on Cam McGrone. Cam McGrone was a good college football player, but Terry McLaurin's, I mean, Ryan, he's a Pro Bowl wide receiver.
Yeah,
he's a pretty good player. Yeah. So that would be my move. Somebody asked too, kind of a follow-up. Staff decided against JJ McCarthy. It wasn't that they decided against JJ McCarthy. It was that they thought, and I agree with them, that Tyler Buckner's just better because they were in the same class. People talk about Marquise Stepp, Caden Curry. Again, they didn't recruit Caden Curry. I mean, so you can keep throwing names out to me. Somebody said Marquise Stepp. He was committed to Notre Dame. Yeah. Notre Dame he had to move on. He couldn't get into Notre Dame. Right. That's why he left the Notre Dame class. He didn't want to leave the Notre Dame class. A guy that they lost after Austin Mack, Pete Werner. That's the last one.
Oh,
that was during that transition that was in that post 2016 debacle. So I don't know the Austin Mack. I'm going to have to look up sort of the Austin Mack, and he was 2016. So yeah, he would have been. So Pete Werner would have come after him. That was a loss. Like Emil Ekiyor is not a kid they lost. They didn't recruit him. Right. So again, there have been players that they have lost that have left the state, but they're not guys that Notre Dame recruited.
Right.
Pete Werner was a year after Austin Mack, and he was committed to Notre Dame for a long time. Yeah,
I loved Pete Werner, man. Yeah. He went to Cathedral, right?
Yes, he was committed to Notre Dame for a long, and they just stopped talking to him. They just stopped recruiting him during the whole 4-8 struggle.
Smart.
So yeah. So yeah, I mean that they just haven't lost many Indiana kids in the last 10 years. I mean, again, some evaluation mistakes. Some kids just don't have the grades. They haven't lost a lot of Indiana kids. Chicago's has been a tougher one in recent years because they started to kind of not recruit it. Tommy Reese is trying to fix that. Marcus Freeman and Chad Bowden want to fix that. And so that's why you're seeing them put a lot of emphasis on the Chicago kids in 2024. The 2024 Chicago class, Ryan, is a lot better than the Chicago 2023 class. A lot better.
Oh, yeah. Yep. No, it's fantastic, man. Justin Scott and all those boys. It looks.
Oh, yeah. Cam Williams is a guy that Notre Dame has offered and is pushing
I like Cam, too. Yeah, he's a good wide receiver. Yep, I agree.
It's a strong class. Very strong class.
The defensive tackle class in general, just talking about Justin Scott for next year's class, looks really good, man. Early on, really good. Especially if you count Nigel Smith in there, which he could be eventually. So, yep.
Okay, gentlemen, let's see what we got here. Rob has a scheduling question. He says, just thinking, would it be better if Notre Dame dropped Stanford and replaced it with Vanderbilt? Don't know if we could do it every year, but being in Tennessee, that would be good for recruiting. Just a thought. Thanks, guys.
I wouldn't mind that, Ryan. If you said to yourself, hey, we want to play an academic school every year.
Yeah.
And you wanted to give me some sort of rotation with Stanford, Northwestern, Duke, and Vanderbilt, I'd have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Maybe work out some deal with the ACC to say, hey, look, we're going to schedule something with Duke outside of the years that we would normally play them. Or you could just look at your Duke schedule. It may be where they do have home and homes with them and just kind of schedule those teams. That I'm fine. And then I don't mind playing Stanford occasionally. And I don't mind playing because then you're just treating those games as sort of like these are your early season sort of decent team warm-up games. Sure,
Right.
go for it.
Yeah.
I'd have no problem with that. And again, to his point, Ryan, I've talked a lot about I want Notre Dame to get more to Tennessee recruiting-wise. I don't think playing Vanderbilt, however, does that other than you'd want to make sure you play at Vanderbilt so that the kids can come see you play.
Sure. Agree. Yeah, if they're just coming to you, it's a, it's
and
not
then
a
it's
great,
a neutral field game
brand.
somewhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my main criteria was going to be, again, like especially for Vanderbilt, you're getting into the Tennessee area. We've talked about that a ton. Also, even though they're not a great program right now, they're still an SEC school, right? So there's still going to be a little bit of that lore on them. Not as much, but they're still an SEC school.
Aren't they in Nashville?
Yes. Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then also to your point, Ryan, it's like last year you had Notre Dame beat Georgia Tech 55-0, and then Georgia played them, and then you kind of had that measuring stick, right? And so if you're playing Vanderbilt and you blow Vanderbilt out and, something happens with someone else, and you kind of have that measuring stick when you're talking about your playoff resume of, we both played a team that's not very good, but, look what we did to that team. And, we did this and they did not. So I think that's certainly something that you can look at and say, hey, there'd be some positives to that because, like Ryan said, they're an SEC. I mean, Georgia plays them, Florida plays them, Tennessee plays them. Teams that we've talked about are maybe ascending. So Ryan, you and I have talked about it. Sean and I talked about it. Those are ascending programs that you now would have okay, let's see how we compared to them type of situation on your resume. You just got to make sure you don't have happen what happened in 2018 where you freaking barely beat them and you're a Lohi Gilman strip at the end zone away from losing that game. So, but that's I think those days are behind us. I think. So
let's hope. Yeah.
I
just really hope Clark Lee turns that team around, man. It's not an easy program.
Just make him competitive.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Just make him competitive.
Yep.
That's the key. And he's a good guy, and I got no issue with Coach Lee. He was always fair to me, and he's a good dude, and we disagree on some things on and off the field, but nothing that's character defining. It's just different ways of doing things, and I've always had respect for Coach Lee. I just never thought he was as good of a coach as maybe some people thought. So
Tommy Guns has one specifically for Brian because he asked Ryan and I this question the other day. I guess he didn't like our answer. All right, Brian, this one's for you. Do you think as teams move to recruit more nationally, it has watering down effect on rivalry games? Not as many homegrown kids who grew up with it on the rosters.
I don't think so. I think the best way to look at it is the Alabama-Auburn rivalry. I mean, they both have Alabama kids on their roster. Alabama's a pretty good producer of talent on a per capita basis, but their rosters are still dominated, especially Alabama's, by national kids. But it still becomes a big time rivalry. It's like another example is basketball. Michigan State is still a big rivalry, even though this year I don't think Michigan had anyone from Michigan in their starting lineup. Because it's the culture of your campus,
exactly.
Right? I mean, Duke and North Carolina basketball. How many kids on those teams are from North Carolina? All right, it's still a rivalry. But what fans have to understand is rivalries for a long time now have been more about the fan rivalry and the coaches than they are about the players. And then that feeds into I want to win this game because I know it's big for our school and for the coach and for the fan base. That's when the passion comes from. It's not just because, I grew up in Ohio and you grew up in Michigan and we hate each other, right? It's about all those other aspects of it. But are there schools where regionally, Tommy, this is important? Yeah, I think you're going to, Ohio still produces a ton of kids that go to Ohio State. And Michigan is still going to have a lot of Michigan kids on their rivalry or on their roster. So there's going to be some of that to it, but it's not like 18 of their 22 starters are in-state kids. It's not like that. So I think there's always been something to that. There's always been something to the notion of you adopt the culture of the program you're going to. Here's another example: Notre Dame and USC. Notre Dame's never had a regional foundation. I mean, like in my lifetime, I mean, Midwest, but like not a state thing. Why has the Notre Dame USC rivalry always been so intense? Now, there's been a ton of West Coast kids at USC, but what's their rivalry? What's their being West Coast? What does that mean about Notre Dame? Notre Dame's in the middle of freaking nowhere, right? According to them, and why have Notre Dame kids always looked at Michigan as a rival or USC? It's because it's the culture you're stepping into. To me, is the bigger thing for me.
Go Deep has a quarterback question. So we made it 2.5 hours into the or I'm sorry, 1.5 hours into the show here. So before we get to a quarterback recruiting question, what are your thoughts on Avery Johnson? Seems like he's every bit as talented as Dante Moore. Also, why not go hard after him as well? If Moore is going to shop around, Notre Dame should too.
You want me to start this, Brian?
Go for it.
All right. I will say this. I'm going to be respectful. I'm sorry, Go Deep. I'm not trying to be that person. Avery Johnson is a much more talented runner than Dante Moore. I agree. Outside of that, I don't see
They're not close.
Tangible or intangible thing as a football player that is anywhere close, honestly. Dante has a stronger arm, more accurate, more nuanced. He's just a more ready guy, right? Like
significantly better quarterback prospect.
Exactly. Yeah. He's got a better feel for the position, just astoundingly high, right? Now Avery has tools. He has a solid arm. He has upside as a passer. There's no doubt. Like long-term development, I like Avery Johnson a ton. Exactly. Yeah. If you get him into an offense where you are going to utilize his athleticism to the best of your advantages, the kid can be a good football player on the college level. I have no doubt about that. But I think the differences between Dante Moore and Avery Johnson right now from a passing perspective are very wide right now.
Look, Vince, you especially know this because we've been doing this for a long time. Mm-hmm. Ryan, you've found I like Avery Johnson. I was one of the first people that said this kid's super underrated, and he's risen up the rankings. I have been on the Avery Davis train for a while from an evaluation standpoint. But there's a big difference between Avery Johnson, who I like a lot as a player, and Dante Moore. I'm sorry, there just is. And you can say the shopping around thing. Dante Moore, for all the frustration that Notre Dame fans have with Dante Moore, some of it is understandable. A lot of it to me is not. A lot of it is in response to a lot of the clickbait articles about him that I think have given an impression of who Dante Moore is that I don't think reflects who Dante Moore is. And that's frustrating to me because people are utilizing Dante Moore's status and recruitment to generate clicks, and it's hurting him, in my opinion, which is why we haven't written a Dante Moore article other than an evaluation piece in a while. But Dante Moore is doing exactly what he has said from the beginning he was going to do. He was going to take all his visits. He wasn't going to make an early decision. I believe he thought about making an earlier decision, but he decided to stick with his process. And that is because Dante Moore is a very smart, savvy, thoughtful, intelligent 4.0 student. And he wants to make sure Dante Moore's adamant that when I make a decision, it's over. I'm not going to be flipping. I'm not going to be decommitting. I'm not going to be doing this. I'm not going to do that. When I make a decision, it's done. He would rather take time to make that decision than rush. So, we can talk. He's not shopping around. He is going through the process the way he always has. And in order to get him, I believe Notre Dame has to continue to stay on course. They stay on course, because all these other teams are looking around for different options. And Notre Dame is staying the course saying, hey, this is what we need to do. You're our guy. I have always felt in the end, they're going to get him. And how you can quickly go from having an elite player to a good player that doesn't change the face of your program is by panicking. And moving on from Dante Moore right now would be a panic move. doing things to try to, hey, let's influence him by making it seem like we're interested in that kid or the other kid would backfire, in my opinion. Stay the course. Stay the course. That's the key. And the unique thing is, and this is kind of goes to go deep. So the original part of his question, his or her, sorry for assuming it was a him, is that this is an incredibly deep quarterback class, incredibly deep. And in other years, Avery Johnson would be a no-brainer take for Notre Dame. And so if somehow Notre Dame eventually ended up with Avery Johnson, I'd be like, all right, cool, good job. I love the kid. But it can't be because you panicked and went off course. It can't be that. It has to be you lose out on Dante and then you try to flip him from wherever he's committed later.
Right.
That would be the key. But they've got to stay on course. And this is why they get paid the big bucks to make these decisions. And that was a move. If Brian Kelly was still the head coach of Notre Dame, and this is not an insult to him per se, I think they would already have another quarterback in the class.
Per se.
I think they would have taken Jackson Arnold or taken Avery Johnson or somebody like that. And those are good players.
Yeah.
But they're not – it's like they are Sam Howell. Dante Moore is Lamar Jackson, Bryce Young, Joe Burrow, right? He's that type of guy to me,
Difference maker.
right? An elite program-changing player. And I'm not talking about he's going to throw for as many yards and that. He can change the face of your program the way that Joe Burrow changed the program at LSU, the way that other quarterbacks have come through programs and just completely done a 180 on it. That is who he can be. Mm-hmm. And Avery Johnson could maybe be a Baker Mayfield, but he's not Kyler Murray, right? And in my opinion, there's a difference. One guy is a very important piece to a cog in a really well-oiled machine, and the other guy is putting the entire program on his shoulders and saying, because with all due respect to Baker Mayfield, the team that Kyler Murray was a quarterback for in 2018 was not as talented as the teams that Baker Mayfield had overall. I think Kyler lifted those teams up more. And you started to see that even more the next year when he was gone and Jalen Hurts took over, because Jalen was a solid quarterback, but the holes on that roster became even more obvious when Kyler wasn't there to mask him anymore.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the difference. Avery Johnson's a really good football player. And me and Ryan and I both love Avery Johnson, but he's a top 100 player. Dante's a top 5 player, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And there's a difference, right? And it's like, do you want Dak Prescott or do you want Pat Mahomes? Right? Dak Prescott's a really good quarterback, in my opinion. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not, you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference. Mm-hmm. And do you want Phil Simms for older folks? Do you want Phil Simms or do you want Joe Montana, John Elway? Right? You get what I'm saying? And that's the difference. It's not a knock on Avery. It's just one guy's really good and the other guy is a program changer.
Right.
And that's why you got to stay the course.
And Avery Johnson's also a little bit of a boomer bust player to a degree, right? Like he's going to need a little bit of time. And I would have, if Avery Johnson was the quarterback in last year's class between Tyler Buckner and potentially Dante Moore, I'd be like, cool, man, that's high 100%. Upside. And you have kind of that filler year where you can take a gamble on an upside type kid. Because
also with his unique talent, Ryan, if he busts as a quarterback, you can still get value out of that scholarship. Because you could say, go catch passes. And he could play for you, right? I mean, he's that kind of athlete, in my opinion. But, and if they get him in this class and you get C.J. Carr next year, I'm okay about the future of the quarterback. But with all due respect to C.J. Carr and Julian Sain and all these guys, they're not Dante Moore.
Yeah.
And that's the key for me. You got to stay the course.
Michael Coney has another schedule question.
Mitchell.
Wow, you're right. Mitchell Coney. Thank you. Thank you for the English lesson, because I can't read apparently. So what is one team you would like to see Notre Dame play more often and why? We've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past.
Yeah. We talked about this a ton. My answer is always the same, Vince. Well, it has been the last couple of times. I would like to see Tennessee. I really think that there's a lot, like we just talked about Vanderbilt, getting into the Tennessee area. I also think that there's a little bit of an underlying layer where like you would like to go against a team that is very NIL centric, right? They're kind of doing it a completely different way than you're doing it, and show that it's not as big of an advantage.
Let
as
them
people
buy
think.
their players, go down to
Right.
Knoxville, beat their brains in, and then produce a ton more NFL draft picks that make a ton more money, and eventually you can show kids, look,
Exactly.
you can go there as an offensive line. You can go there for $1 million, Mr. 5-star left tackle, and make $1 million, not get developed and turn into Trey Smith and be a 6th-round draft pick. Or you can make $100,000 here, come here, get developed, and be a top 10 NFL draft pick. But hey, you know what? You decide. Go for it. Right. And that's what a lot of kids are. I mean, Ryan, you talked to Braylon James' dad. That was part of their decision-making process. He had a lot more guaranteed money on the table at other places than he did Notre Dame. That's true for Keon Keeley. That's true for a lot of kids in his Notre Dame class. But they still made the decision because these kids are a lot more savvy than a lot of people think, and they're not as short-sighted as a lot of us think that they are, or that we would be. And from a projection standpoint, well, if somebody offered me $1 million, I'd take it. Well, okay, but not if going somewhere else for less meant you could make 20 down the road. Right? That's the difference. And these kids are smart. These kids, a lot of these kids, not all of them, but that's true for adults too. These kids are a lot more savvy than people think. That's why kids don't leave programs like if I didn't play, I'd leave. Well, if kids acted as rash and as emotionally as fans did, you'd have 95% of rosters going into the transfer portal every offseason. Because every kid not starting or getting enough of his touches would be in the transfer portal, right? Every number 2 receiver down on a roster would be in the portal. You know, every backup player in the country, every backup quarterback in the country would be in the portal. That's how it'd be if they reacted as emotionally as a lot of us adults think that we would act or they should act in the similar situations.
Good point. So what team are you putting on the schedule?
Mine's the same as Ryan's, Tennessee.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like we're going to do a schedule soon. I mean, I've said that plenty of times. And Mitchell, we're going to have a show coming up. I think it might be next week. Vince and I got to get together on our schedules for the next couple of weeks. But I think the whole ideal schedule thing is going to be on the docket for next week. Now that we've kind of got through the 4 quarters and all that kind of stuff of the 2022 schedule, we're going to have that, Vince, where we're going to kind of have what would be an ideal Notre Dame schedule. How would the structure of it, and then get into some specifics of who we would really like to see Notre Dame play. So we'll do all that next week.
Good. Well, I don't want to, give out my, where I would go down that road if we're going to do a whole show on it, because that sounds like fun.
It's a teaser. But, you can say who it is, and then you can explain why.
I've talked about this
next week.
So if anybody's listened in the past, then they're going to know what I have to say here. But I would still like to have Purdue on the schedule a little bit more often. I do like the series with Michigan State. So I would say a couple of Big Ten teams. I enjoy beating Big Ten teams because I'm not a big fan of the Big Ten, and they're a pretty strong conference overall. So I wouldn't mind playing more Big Ten teams more often. So I will say that. But other than that, there are some other teams out there that I would like to have on the schedule as a more of a rotational situation, not necessarily every year. You know what I mean? I think they need to watch their every year, because there's definitely an every year one I want to get rid of. That it's time that ship has sailed for me. So
you're talking about Stanford?
I am talking about Stanford. Yes. 100%.
And we'll kind of get into all that kind of stuff, Vince. I would say this in response to you: if Notre Dame if Notre Dame decided, and this is something we'll talk about next week, because I think there is merit to saying you need like 3 to 4 rivalries per year, meaning it doesn't always have to be a team.
Right.
You're going to play a second West Coast team every year. You're going to play a Midwestern team every year.
Right.
And you're going to rotate it.
Sure. Like I like the Wisconsin game.
Right.
To be honest with you.
But if I had to get a Big Ten team regularly on the schedule, for me, it'd be Michigan State.
Okay.
Because that's the rivalry that I think there's more for Notre Dame to win that. Like there's nothing in it for Notre Dame. Purdue hasn't been relevant to where you get anything out of that win for a long time, since Drew Brees was here, right? And then before him, it was even a long time. He was kind of the blip on the radar. It just pretty much, yeah. I mean, exactly. They've had their years here and there, but overall, there's not a lot to it. Michigan State's had some teams where if you beat them, boy, that's a big resume builder. But even beyond that, the reason I hate the Big Ten and would never want Notre Dame to join the Big Ten is because of how everything transpired over decades and the anti-Catholicism and all that. And I'm not Catholic, but just the way in which I was treated. And it's one of the reasons I hate Michigan as a football institution and as an institution period for so many different reasons. But the one program that always had Notre Dame's back all those times, all those years when they were the Western Conference and they were trying to get in was Michigan State. Michigan State has always shown a level of loyalty to Notre Dame and a respect to Notre Dame that I feel I would be okay honoring that. I just would, unless circumstances change and the institution was no longer that institution. But if Michigan State wanted to say, hey, look, we really want to establish a rivalry with you again, I'd say, hey, maybe we can't do it every single year. We'll go, 6 on, 2 off, 6 on, 2 off or something. That would be the one I'd be okay with. I don't think they need a Big Ten rival, but if they were going to have one, for me, it would be Michigan State.
Okay.
For a host of reasons.
And that's like my number 2, and it's a very close number 2. I do respect Michigan State a lot for many reasons, but we'll get into all that.
And Purdue makes a lot of sense geographically. It's just I don't think Notre Dame doesn't need the Purdue game to keep in-state kids in state, and they don't, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Michigan State, there's value. Beating Michigan State, you go into that state, there's kids that you want that you can't necessarily just get whenever you want them. I think there'd be a lot more to it than that. So
nice.
It seems like that program is a little bit on the upswing too with the coach. What's his name? He came over from Colorado. Mel Tucker. Yeah. He's doing a pretty good job there. And historically, at least in my lifetime, Notre Dame's had a lot of good games against Michigan State.
Yeah,
competitive
really good battles.
Yeah.
I mean, even early on at Brian Kelly's tenure, year 1 in 2010, you have Little Giants. 2011, they're ranked. You smack them around a little bit. 2012, they ended up not being a good team, but Notre Dame goes on the road. They're ranked in the top 10. That game served as sort of a little bit of a mini springboard for Notre Dame. 2013, you end up beating Michigan State. They go on to finish 13-1 and ranked third. You look at the back-to-back games that Brady Quinn played against Michigan State, which were classic games. Michigan State gets out to big leads in both years. Notre Dame ties it in the first year, and then Michigan State wins in overtime. Great game.
Was that the Charlie Gant fake field goal? Was that one? You remember what I'm talking about?
No,
that was a little later. That was
2010.
2010. Yeah.
They just beat Notre Dame in overtime at Notre Dame Stadium.
Oh, that was Drew Stanton.
Yeah, and then a year later, Notre Dame falls way behind. It's pouring down rain. Brady goes off in the second half. They tie the game up, and then did they tie it up? And then Terrell Lambert intercepted that pass, or were they down and he went and intercepted that pass? I forget, but they charged all the way back. Brady threw that gorgeous go route to Raymond McKnight in the rain. If you remember that, like just dropped it over his left shoulder. Samardzija catches the slant route, jukes outside, big touchdown run. Had a big play to Jung. I mean, that was such a classic game. And then watching John L. Smith run up the sideline, then just have this what just happened look on his face, which was classic John L. Smith. They've had so many great, and look, I wrote an article recently, which would have been on the 99th birthday of Coach Parsegian. You go back to the 66 game, the 10-10 tie that essentially secured Notre Dame's spot in the national championship game, since it was on the road against number 2. And you didn't have Nick Eddy. You had some guys down. I think your quarterback was hurt that game, and you're still able to tie them. And that's, secured your national championship. So, to me, that would be a rivalry that I'd be okay. I'd be okay bringing back. I would, much more so than Michigan.
Tommy Gunn says, which coach do you think would want to be the one to replace Nick Saban at Alabama? Championship or bust the first year?
The one who wants a huge pay raise.
Yeah, and look, coaches have egos, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys realize this or not, but it's like the 5-star quarterback coming in after a 5-star quarterback, in the recruiting class. Like, coaches aren't afraid to compete. Like, I don't think a lot of coaches, I would say.
They're not afraid to compete, but they're also not stupid.
They're not stupid, but at the same time, if you're offered a head coaching job at Alabama, you're probably going to take it because there's a lot of benefit to go there.
Nope, I'm not. Well, I want to be Urban Meyer, not Ron Zook.
You're smart. You're not.
I think most successful coaches that would be in the running for the Alabama job aren't idiots. I think there's one coach that's dumb enough and spiteful enough to try to take that job if he's still coaching and Saban's around, and that's Jimbo. I think Jimbo could be that moron that thinks I'm going to go there, and I'm not talking nearly fast enough to be Jimbo. But I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there. I'm going to win. I'm going to make Linux. I'm going to look at whatever the nonsense.
Your voice isn't high enough, sir. You need to get a little
but
higher.
Like people say, Dabo. Why would Dabo take that job?
He's not leaving Clemson anytime. I realize he's an alum,
right? But that's what people think. Well, the guy played here, so clearly he's just going to drop whatever he's doing to come here. You know, like I've never understood that. I think it'll be a promotion from within, or it'll be a former assistant who's somewhere. Like I could see, like just to say Brian Dabble's things aren't growing great in the Giants, trying to get out and go to Bama. Maybe something like that, or a promotion of an assistant. Like I saw there was the new Lindy's came out, and there was actually an article, Vince. It's funny that we have this question. Where's here it is. And they actually had an article in it, which I thought was weird, that who would be the 5 coaches that could replace Nick Saban if he left Alabama.
Really?
Which, it was very strange question. It was like, why are we talking about this, first of all? But I'm going to pull this up because it was the 7 coaches who could succeed Nick Saban. And none of them really made a lot of sense to me, except, only 1 or 2, but it was Billy Napier, which it's kind of like, okay, I get that he coached at Bama, but like, why would you leave Florida to go to Bama unless it was, like I said, a huge Bama's, Florida's only going to pay you $5 million a year and Bama's going to pay you 10. Okay, sure. Dabo doesn't make sense. Kirby Smart. Why the heck would Kirby Smart leave Georgia to go to Alabama?
That's a lateral.
You're out of your mind. Bill O'Brien, that one I could see because of the promotion. Lane Kiffin I could see because I think Lane is one of those people that's arrogant enough to think, rightfully so, that he could maybe go be successful there. Steve Sarkisian, again, why would you leave Texas to go to Alabama? And then Lincoln Riley, again, doesn't make sense. Why would you leave USC to go to Bama? If Lincoln Riley's going to leave USC, he's going to go to the NFL. Right. That's where he's going. He's not, but he's not going to go. He's not going to leave USC to go to Alabama. Bill O'Brien and Lane Kiffin are about the only ones on that list that make sense, unless Florida's not. Because there's been some questions raised about, is Florida really willing to commit the financial resources to football that they need to stay up with the other SEC teams? That's been something I've heard people raise that question before. And that could be something like that, Vince, where a guy's a great coach, but they're just not willing to pay him money. You know what I mean? Like a Brian Kelly type of scenario where, I've been here and I want a new challenge and they're going to throw me twice the money I was making somewhere else. Maybe something like that. But it's not going to be like Dabo, Kirby Smart, Lincoln Riley. Like that kind of coach is not like Ryan Day's not leaving Ohio State to go to Alabama, for example. Like, and he wasn't mentioned, but I'm just making that point. It wouldn't be something like that. It won't be a Marcus Freeman, because again, why did Marcus Freeman pick Notre Dame over LSU? He took less money to come to Notre Dame than LSU as a defensive coordinator. Why? He wants to live in the North. That's where he's from.
Right.
Every one of his Midwest. Right.
Midwest. Yeah. Right.
Brian, do you remember? Because obviously, I know Nick Saban obviously had his coaching career in college before Alabama with Michigan State and LSU, and then he's with the Dolphins briefly. Do you remember? Because Mike Shula was the coach before Saban. What was his background before he got hired? Do you have any idea? Do you remember that
Nick
at
Saban?
all? Mike Shula before he got hired.
Mike Shula played at Alabama.
Okay.
So that was kind of his connection, but I believe Mike Shula had been mostly an NFL guy. Gotcha. He was the Dolphins quarterback coach, Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive coordinator, Bears, Dolphins, Buccaneers. He had only ever been an NFL guy, but he played at Bama.
Gotcha.
That was the connection there. Mm-hmm. And so, Mike DeBoard was an assistant, the guy that he replaced. Not Mike DeBoard, Mike DeBois. Mike DeBoard's the guy from Central Michigan. But Mike DeBose was the guy that replaced that Mike Shula replaced, and I believe he was an assistant. No, he replaced. I forgot this. I always forget about the Dennis Franchione era. I always forget about that one. But yeah, Mike DeBose replaced Gene Stallings, and then Dennis Franchione was there for 2 years, which is a huge mistake, leaving TCU to go to Alabama. And he was an assistant at Alabama, I believe. So he was the defensive coordinator in 96. He was the D-line coach from 90 to 95. Also from 83 to 86, and he played at Bama. So they've had a lot of those. They had a lot of those situations where, they were hiring guys that were, former Alabama people, and that's kind of where they went to. And Gene Stallings didn't play at Alabama, but he was an assistant there. But wasn't he one of the Junction Boys? Wasn't Gene Stallings one of the Junction boys with Barrett, Texas A&M?
I'm not sure about that. The only name I ever remember is John David Crow because he won the Heisman back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that, but I'd be curious if anybody remembers that, if he was one of the Junction boys or if he was part of that whole thing. So anyway, so yeah, good questions. Good questions.
Domer Grizz, which, if any, recruiting tactics that popped up during COVID, like during the COVID no travel periods, for example, virtual campus tours, have continued even after in-person campus visits are allowed?
Zoom meetings. A lot of face-to-face Zoom meetings. Where in the past it'd be phone calls and DMs and stuff like that. A lot of face-to-face Zoom meetings.
That's a good point. I do know that for a fact that coaches are scheduling Zoom meetings as opposed to phone calls these days.
I think it expedited the use of social media as a way to impact to using graphics and things like that as a way to impact kids. Any others, Ryan, that you've seen? I mean, I think that's pretty much it.
I was going to say I don't know if how much the virtual tours are kind of used, but that's an interesting tactic.
They'll still use them.
Everything. Yeah.
They'll still use them. It's just not
as much.
Where you had to do it before. Yeah.
Right. It's not it's not necessity anymore. It's more
still going to want to get kids on campus. I mean, I think the virtual stuff is more like, okay, you can't make it. Here's what maybe we can entice you to come using this. Give you a flavor, because I mean, I think we can all agree there's nothing like being on campus.
No,
I don't care what school, whatever you do.
Notre Dame is unique in that it can create. I just got a text from a buddy who said that Gene Stallings was a member of the Junction Boys.
Someone in the chat just said it too.
Okay, because that was when Bear was at Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
So, so I mean, so again, there's always been sort of that connection. I think Dennis Francione. I don't know what his connection was, but for the most part, they were going with Alabama connections there. And Ryan, that could be a thing too, where they find someone who has a connection. Maybe it's never someone who never coached under Saban. Yeah. It's someone who played at Alabama back in the day who's coaching now. It could be that too.
Yeah,
but it won't be like Dabo. It won't be Bear. I mean, it won't be Ryan Day. It won't be Marcus Freeman. It won't be Kirby.
Right.
So
I was curious whether the route would mostly be the next hot college football, coach that maybe isn't quite at an Ohio State level, or if it's going to be an NFL guy.
Or like, would they be willing to get the next Billy Napier? That would be a question that I would have. Would they be willing to do that? And I think they would if they got turned down by enough of the big names. Like, they're going to shoot probably for big names. Unless it was like like if they had a Joe Brady coming up as an assistant coach. Like, it won't be like Pete Golding. It won't be him. It won't be, what I mean? Like, it'll be somebody like that. But that's the thing, is we don't know when Saban's going to retire. We don't know what name, who could be the hot name. I mean, if
he also had, I'm sure that Nick Saban has a little bit of foresight where he might want to get the next guy on his staff. That's the, to be named guy later, right? Type of thing too, where it was like what Bobby Bowden and Jimbo Fisher type of thing, So
right. That didn't turn out so great. Look, it's just Jimbo did some things that were just not right, because he's a scumbag. So, yeah, he is.
Oh, Strongest has something here. He says, "What's up, guys? If Tyler Buckner, Dante Moore, and Paul Horning, I don't know who's PH.
Quarterback named PH?
That's a great question. PH.
I came up with Paul Horning. That's all I've got. We're all in the same class. Who
did he mean?
Would
PJ?
You guys...
Did he mean Phil Dracovic? I can't think of a PH.
All I could think of too was maybe it should be a J. Yeah, but
we'll say Phil Dracovic to be safe, right?
Yeah, that'll be
sure.
So
because I didn't see Paul Horning come out of high school, so
he's more of a running back anyway. He's more of an athlete playing quarterback.
So Tyler Buckner, Dante Moore.
It's funny, Ryan somewhere has like some film of Paul Horning that he's going to go evaluate later.
The Golden Boy? Oh yeah, man.
That's right.
It's probably more Packers stuff, but
right. Well, I mean, number one, we have to look at it from the standpoint of if all things are being equal, you would take who? Well, the thing is that still provides me no context. What offense am I running? Like, that's the thing, is like, am I running Tommy Reese's offense? If I was, I'd probably lean towards Dante Moore, because I think Tommy Reese wants a guy that can drop back and throw the football. If I'm running Clemson's offense, I'd probably take Tyler Buckner or Phil Dracovic, right? I may go with Phil because he's a bigger kid, more physical kind of guy. If I'm running Ryan Day's offense, I'm going Dante Moore. If I'm running, different type of offenses, it's gonna change who I'm taking. I think Lincoln Riley might actually want Tyler Buckner of all those guys, because if you look at the success he had with like Kyler Murray, and Jalen Hurts, so you have to have some context to it. I think for me and what I like to do as an offense, just my specific style would probably be Dante or Tyler. Just because I am personally someone who wants a little bit more structure with what I do. But if it was, but here's at the end of the day, Ryan, those three options, it's win, win, win. I mean, which of these quarterbacks do you want? Yes. Right? Like, if they're all in the same class, who do you want? One of those three? No. Which one do you want? One of those three. No, seriously, who do you want? One of those three. I don't have to pick. Just recruit them all, and whoever you can get. Because there's not a bad answer. There's not a wrong answer. That's why it comes down to your specific style of play and what you would like. If Mike Denbrock was still at Notre Dame, I'd probably go with, maybe Phil a little bit because he needed more of that fit, that playmaker, maybe Tyler, but I mean, they're all great options. They're all great options.
It's scheme dependent for me, right? Like if I'm running a vertical based offense, I want Phil Dracovic. I think that kind of fits his skill set. If I want more of a West Coast pro style system, then I'm probably leaning Dante Moore. But if I have a system where I'm a little bit more college spread, where I want to utilize legs a little bit more, like a Clemson, then it's Tyler Buckner. So it really depends. I don't, like Brian said, it's not an apples to apples comparison. They're not all they're not similar quarterbacks at all, any of them.
So let's say that we had Clemson and their system as we know it, Ohio State and their system as we know it, and then Notre Dame and their system as we know it. If I were to say how would I fit them all in, I'd say Tyler fits best at Clemson. And you would then say, I would say Dante Moore probably fits best at Ohio State. I'm not actually, I didn't mean to say Notre Dame. I was trying to think of there was a different offense, like something that was more of a pocket passer that can run. Like I said, Mike Denbrock in Notre Dame, LSU, right? I mean, if you want to go kind of look at what Mike Denbrock has done, and you'd put like a Phil Dracovic there.
I would even think some air raid elements might even work for Phil. They run a lot of like vertical oriented type of things, right? Like a lot of outside Carolina stuff, right? Exactly.
Where if the guy can run, you'll use it, but you don't need it per se. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of some of the different offenses. Like, where Phil would be great? You know what? I got the perfect one for Phil. So Clemson, Tyler Buckner, Ohio State, Dante Moore, Georgia would be where Phil Dracovic would be a monster. Because it's a pro style offense, vertical stuff, but you got that quarterback that can go make plays with his legs, put the team on his shoulders. That would be if we're going to take Notre Dame out of the equation and just look at, what type of offense, that would be where I would fit Phil.
I'll just speak for everybody in the chat that you said 3 different times Dante Moore to Ohio State, and it just gave me I didn't like it. So
he's not looking at Ohio State. We're just saying. If you take Notre Dame out of the equation and you're trying to find an offense that recruits that style of player, that would be it.
I know.
If Brian would have said like Texas A&M or something, that would nerve a little bit.
But I picked a school that's not looking at Oregon. Shut up. No, of the schools Dante's looking at in this class, Notre Dame is clearly the best fit for him because they are a pro style offense.
Right, absolutely.
And that's why I said with what Tommy likes to do, I think that Dante would be of the 3 the one he would pick because Tommy Rees is perfectly fine with a quarterback that does not run the football.
Right. Yes,
perfectly fine. He's also smart enough to know that if I have one, there's a reason he went after Jack Cohn last year, right? Because he was perfectly fine with a guy that can't run, just sitting back in the pocket, picking people apart and running my offense. He's totally fine with it. He's also smart enough to realize if you have a Tyler Buckner, you're a moron if you don't use it.
Right. Exactly.
And so he'll take the best kid available and coach him up. I believe that about Coach Rees. And I believe he's learned from his mistakes of how he handled Phil. I do. But if I were to say who is the best fit of those three, as I said before, it would be Dante Moore.
Okay.
Great questions, everybody.
I know,
really
right?
Good questions.
We're only up to like 12:30.
Oh,
Hulk Strongest says, do you guys think that Cam will be able to shut down whoever he is defending? I think the Ohio State game is going to be a big test.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
are we talking like a full season scope for the most part? Or are we talking about Ohio State in the first game? Because I mean, you're going to lose some reps against Jackson Smith and Jigba or Marvin Harrison Jr.
Sure.
It's about the
totality of things.
Yeah. Right. I mean, the best thing about a cornerback, in my opinion, is a short-term memory, because you're going to get beat sometimes. Like, it's just going to happen, right? It's about how much do you limit? Like, you need to limit a large portion of it, but
it's also, Ryan, a certain corners, and this is true of everybody. There were guys that Deion Sanders would maybe have a little bit more trouble with than he would others. It's also about style. And Cam being a 6'2.5", 6'3" corner, I would much rather have him stacked up against Jackson Smith and Jigba than I would Josh Downs. That doesn't mean that necessarily that Josh Downs is better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's just the point of Cam's style of play and his primary strengths are going to fit better against what Jackson Smith and Jigba's strengths are than they would Josh Downs, depending on the scenario and how that they're used, right? So, like with Jackson Smith and Jigba, you're mostly going to be on the outside. Where with Josh Downs, if you're gonna say, hey, look, go follow that guy wherever you're gonna go, they're just going to put you in a slot all day and have you chase laterally against him all day. And I don't think that's necessarily where you want Cam to be.
Agreed.
So that's the other thing. It's like with anything, it's about matchups and what style are you more effective against. Like, like USC, I would say that Mario Williams would probably be a little tougher matchup for Cam Hart than Jordan Addison. I don't think Mario Williams is a better player than Jordan Addison. I just think their style of play is such that one presents a tougher matchup than the other. Whereas Tariq Bracy matches up better against Mario Williams than he would against Jordan Addison. He would match up better against Josh Downs than he would Jackson Smith and Jigba. A lot of it's about style too. But yeah, I'm not afraid of any matchup with Cam Hart. I just know that there's some guys that are going to give him a little tougher time than maybe others, which is true of every cornerback in the country.
Yes, no question about that. Colin Park, assuming Jordan Hall commits in July after taking his officials and Jaden Osbury is still uncommitted, how will the staff handle that situation?
We'll keep recruiting Jaden Osbury.
Right. I mean, it's very simple. Jaden Osbury is always going to be a take for Notre Dame. I've said this on the board a few times. For one, if it came down to a 1-for-1 spot, like a one spot, and you have Hall and Osbury, you're going to wait on Osbury. Like, you're just going to, right? So Notre Dame's always going to take Jaden Osbury. It's not going to be a question in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Blaine Tiller says, what do you think of the Big 12 losing and gaining new schools? Do you think they will be better off overall with the new media markets and help in recruiting?
I don't think they're better off.
Mm-mm.
No. I mean, look, you could say, well, they're adding 4 and losing 2. But their 2 they're losing are worth more than the 4 they're adding. And adding the Provo, Utah, Salt Lake City market doesn't make up for, what you might lose from the Dallas or, the fan bases from Texas and Oklahoma. Cincinnati, and there's a reason the Cincinnati Reds suck, because it's a small market. It's a big city, but it's a small market. Central Florida is a big city, but it's not a college football town. And the college football it's not a UCF college football town. It's a college football town, but it's Florida State, Miami, Bama. I mean, you see all types of different scenarios there. It's a bit of a transplant town. So I don't think in Houston's the one that adds value. Houston, as far as just financial value, market and all that, Houston probably adds the most value, but people in Houston were kind of already watching the Big 12, right? Like, there's no way for me to spin, Blaine. I'm not saying that you're asking me to. There's no way for me to spin losing Texas and Oklahoma is a good thing. from the standpoint of a financial decision, overall quality of the league. Where I do think it's good for the Big 12 is now you have 12 schools on a more equal footing to where you don't have that team like Texas that's just telling everybody else what to do. So I think in that regard, it could be better for the league as a whole, like the individual teams that make up the league. I think it's better for them that those two teams are gone. The two powerhouses are gone. Texas is gone, who just always wanted to tell everybody else what to do. They got certain benefits nobody else got. That's why everybody in the league hated Texas. So from that standpoint, I'd be willing to bet you, Ryan, that a lot of athletic directors in the Big 12 would tell me that the first part of my answer is dead wrong, that they think they're better off without Texas and Oklahoma. I was strictly looking at it from a quality of your football conference. You lost two powerhouse programs, and financially, I don't think you're as good. But I think the health of the league, the relationships between the teams in the leagues, I think that is going to be where you're going to get a lot healthier. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of value to what you're saying. I just need to see it, honestly. Like, it's just one of those tough things because it's a branding thing for me, right? Like, it's hard for me to accept that a Texas and Oklahoma, and although like you kind of forecasted there, right? Like Texas is a little arrogant and they like to run things a little bit, but taking the brands out, I mean, it's like any conference losing their two bigger names, right? Like long term, I just don't know how that helps you. Maybe short term, the parity increases, but I don't know. I don't see too many drawbacks for it being a good thing for the Big 12, to be honest, right now.
Yeah, it's hard for me, and I think I'm echoing what Ryan is saying. It's hard for me to sit here and say, "Oh, losing Texas and Oklahoma is no big deal."
Mm-hmm.
Like that's hard for me to wrap my mind around, especially with who they're replacing them with. Because you're losing some top echelon, and then from a branding standpoint, I'm not talking about on the field per se at the moment, but and you're replacing them with some no-name-ish type teams. I shouldn't say no-name-ish, but you understand where I'm coming from.
They're not power programs. There's a reason Houston was in the AAC.
Exactly.
And not in the Big 12 or you know what I mean? Like, there's a reason for that.
Right now, there's no question about that. But can anybody say that they're a power program traditionally? No.
Who's this?
Not. Cincinnati.
Right. They had a good year this year playing against other AAC teams.
Exactly. Where they almost blew it a few times. You know what I mean? So, look, I will say the jury is still out. The new media markets don't do anything for me. I think they're losing more media attention than they are going to gain. So I don't think that they.
You guys understand where I was coming from, though, right? I didn't say that the league is better. I think the teams in the league are going to think it's better from the standpoint of you don't have that bully telling everyone what to do. And you don't have these two programs that are just kind of always going to be at the top of the league, right?
Sure,
like where Oklahoma's just dominated that league for years.
Like
it's a wide open league now.
Yes, right. That
right?
is. Yeah.
So I think for the programs, they're going to think it's better.
You're saying Kansas has a chance.
If I'm the Big 12 commish, I'm not going to think it's better.
Yeah,
if I'm the AD at Baylor, I'm the AD at Texas Tech, I'm the AD at Houston, I'm going to think it's better.
Sure.
Right? That's where I'm coming from.
I don't think if I was to guess, if I'm with ESPN or whatever, and I'm negotiating a new contract with the Big 12, it's not going to be as high without.
But they weren't getting that much money to begin with.
Okay.
That's the thing. Is like the Big 12 had the second smallest, if not the second smallest, I think, payout from the whatever Fox or an ESPN or whatever they're doing. I think the Pac-12 is the only one that was smaller. I don't think they were small. At best, they were third. Gotcha. Significantly behind the Big Ten and the ACC and the SEC.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons the Big 12 teams have been complaining. And then, of course, then there's Texas, who's kind of doing all these things that hurt the rest of the league because they've got the Longhorn Network, which is now going to be gone, and all this other kind of stuff. So
that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mike Michaels says, rather beat Ohio State in 23 or A&M in 24 if you could only win one.
I hate these types of
Brian's favorite questions.
Like, why do I have to pick one? How about win both?
Why do I got to choose?
It's BK PST, man. PTSD, right? We were talking about
Nobody asked Alabama. Oh, if you had to pick one. Anyway, Ryan, you want to answer this one?
Not really. Like I'm just trying to think. Not really. Not particularly. I mean, I'd say Ohio State, I guess, right? Like we talked about the battle of the Midwest and trying to become the main power and continuing the impact of the recruiting and just the aura around the Marcus Freeman era. So I think getting off to a great start in 2023 would be a huge step. And, Ohio State is in a relatively the same demographic and, location and proximity and all that good stuff. So I'll say Ohio State, I guess. But I really would rather not pick one.
Out of respect, Mike, I'm going to say this. It's Ohio State because that's the next one.
Ooh.
That's the closest one.
Yeah.
Right?
That's still 2 years away.
That's very coach talky. I like it.
Yeah, heck yeah, it is. And they play Ohio State in week 4 compared to week 1 for A&M. It'd be a lot easier to overcome a road loss in the opener than a home game in week 4. So that would be my answer. I guess, again, I hate answering these questions, but I also don't want to disrespect people and just not answer their question. But they keep asking it, even though they know I hate it. So, I'm going to do my best to answer it. So that would be the reason I would go with Ohio State.
Matt McCarthy says, regarding numbers, what is the maximum that Notre Dame could take in the 23 class? Surely if Young, Downs, and Mpemba all wanted to commit, they'd find a way to take 27 or possibly 28, right?
I mean, now they could take 35. They just got to figure out a way to get kids off the current roster.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they got rid of the rule to cap it at 25. And again, the rule was always BS because you could, if you ever signed under 25, you could always put early enrollees back to the previous class
and all kinds of stuff.
But I mean, I don't see them. It's going to be really hard to get back to 85 if you go past 27. It'd be really hard to get there, but they also aren't going to, they're not going to completely, I mean, like, look, again, if they're 27 and Caleb Downs wants to come, they're not going to say no. Right? Like, they're not going to say no.
They're going to find a way. They'll find a way. However that is, they'll find a way, right? I mean, those guys are that good. They're going to want them in the class, so they're not going to turn them away. So,
right,
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. Skylar says, "Hey, Brian, Vince, and Ryan, what factors would have to come into play in order for Foskey to lead college football in sacks at the end of the season?"
I mean, you're going to have the lead a lot, right? The other teams are throwing the football a ton, a lot of opportunity. You're going to have to, I think really what's going to happen, honestly, is Jason Adamalola and Riley Mills and the supporting cast just has to be so dominant, right? Takes such a leap forward that you can't put all the attention on Isaiah Foskey. You're going to have to be able to work some one-on-one matchups because although Foskey's a fantastic player, if he's working against tight ends staying in and running backs chipping him all the time and sliding protection his way, you're not going to be quite as productive. Like, it's just a natural thing, right? So I think it's the supporting cast has to be fantastic around him, and he has to have opportunities. So that says you're playing with a lead a lot.
Yep, I agree with that. The point I was going to make was somebody else is going to have to step up so that he's not getting double teamed a bunch. That's my biggest thing, and I agree about the playing with a lead, so they have to be forced to pass and all. I agree with that completely. But more so for me, it's somebody else is going to, and I think there will be those opportunities where he's going to get a lot of one-on-one opportunities to go after the quarterback.
I think I don't see it happening. I think the other factor would be there just isn't a huge sack guy. I mean, there's always somebody that just has an insane number. There's always like that one guy. Last year was Will Anderson was 17.5. Chase Young was 16.5. I mean, Jalen Ferguson was 17.5. Josh Allen was 17. Like the last time there's a number that I think he could possibly get to is 14. And because part of me looks at it and says, but my caveat to that is part of that also comes down to who you play. And do you play enough teams that throw the ball enough for 4 quarters? Because here's the thing, you say, well, if you get way ahead of a team, they're going to have to throw a lot. Yeah, but if you're way ahead of a team, he's not playing in the 4th quarter when they're only throwing, right? I mean, so like, do you play? And I say that is the one caveat to me to say I don't think he can do it is the fact that you do play Ohio State, you do play Clemson, you do play USC, you do play North Carolina. There's a lot of passing teams, Stanford. There's a lot of passing teams in the schedule this year. So my initial reaction is no, and I kind of pointed to the numbers as to why. But then I kind of look at it and say, but man, there's a lot of passing teams on the schedule this year. And I could still see, like last year, see him getting a sack against Navy. So it's not like you can't still get a sack against Navy. But, man, all the other teams on the schedule that I look at, I'm like, boy, there's a lot of teams that like to throw the football on this schedule. Ohio State throws it a ton. North Carolina, BYU throws it a decent amount. Stanford throws it a lot. Clemson throws it a lot. USC throws it a lot. BC's probably going to throw it a lot, But then there's UNLV. How long is he going to play? I mean, they don't have to throw it a lot for him to get some sacks there because he just could overwhelm a guy for a couple sacks in 25 plays. So that's kind of where I say, okay, you know what? Maybe he does have a chance. If those other things you guys mentioned are also true, because if the rest of his teammates aren't that good, they're just not only are they going to chip the protection, but what's going to happen is he's going to force players into other sacks. Whereas if, because like he's going to force, like last year, 6 or 7 sacks that somebody else gets, right? Ryan, is that a fair number? I think it'd be a little bit more than that, about 6 or 7 sacks that somebody else is going to get because of him pressuring a guy.
Yep.
But if the rest of the group's not good, and this is where I don't think there was other great pass rushers this year. I think Notre Dame's pass rush was more about, the blitzes, Foskey, just, a great overall thing. But if Jason Adamiola steps up and dominates, if Riley Mills can add more production, because this is what hurt him last year, and this is where I'm getting to, the fact that there wasn't really a pass rushing presence from the big end position on first and second down meant that Foskey wasn't getting any of those. Somebody else generated this sack numbers.
Right.
Where Will Anderson did have a couple sacks like that this year, where it was Dallas Turner on a third down forcing someone to him, right? It was something else forcing someone to him. Everybody gets a couple of those. Well, I don't remember Foskey really getting any of those last year. All his sacks were him generating the sack. If Riley Mills, more so than anybody else, can provide a first, second down pass rush from the big end position, then that's going to help Foskey too. Because then he's, you take his 11.5, let's say he gets 2 more because of the additional passing that they see from the schedule. So that gets him to like 13.5. He's going to need a couple more of he got this sack because of Riley Mills numbers to me have that chance to get there. That would be my
you also have to drop Isaiah Foskey in coverage less too, right?
Yes,
more opportunity in
which I think they're going to do based on what we saw this spring. I think they're going to do that. Yes,
and I guess I should have asked if this question originally was just about in the regular season, because then you have to factor in Notre Dame plays one less game if they're on a conference championship game, and then if you go to the playoffs and yada yada, all that good stuff.
Right. Yep.
Here's a fun one from Blaine. It's a Big Ten question. Who will finish with a better conference record? Tucker at Michigan State or Franklin at Penn State?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. I was just going to say I have conviction here that's going to be Michigan State just off. I mean, because I think that you are returning a better nucleus, not necessarily more talented, but more proven. You have like Jaden Reed coming back and Peyton Thorne and the Slade kid at defensive tackle. And just there's some decent players coming back from Michigan State, and that program seems to be trending in the right direction. I think you're just kind of treading water if you're Penn State right now. Like you have Sean Clifford coming back, who's not a very good quarterback, and you just keep losing players to the NFL. And I know you're recruiting well because that's what James Franklin does, but I don't know. I feel like I trust Michigan State a little more to continue the momentum than Penn State to get out of the lackluster hole they've been in the last couple of years.
I don't trust James Franklin at all. Like I if we're just talking from a coaching standpoint, I trust Mel Tucker a whole heck of a lot more than I trust James Franklin. So that's definitely part of it for me as to why I would go with Michigan State. And I would say that it's also it lacks football analysis because I'm looking up the schedule as we speak, but I would go with Michigan State over Penn State just because of that.
The schedule?
Just because of the coaching.
Got you.
My thoughts of the coach.
I think the schedule's slightly easier for Penn State. I'm actually a little higher on Penn State this year than some others. I think Michigan State, to me, Mel Tucker has to still prove to me that last year wasn't a fluke. And they did bring back a lot of guys. But what made their receiving core so good last year is that they had Naylor and Jalen Reed, and that they had the running game to take the pressure off of it. With all due respect to their running backs, Jake Broussard and all those guys, they're not Kenneth Walker Jr., right? And they got a lot, they got 3, they also lost, I think, 3 offensive linemen, but they got a lot of guys coming back. But I just kind of felt like Michigan State was a bit of a smoke and mirrors team last year. Like they were more Pitt than they were the second they're back to being what they were under Mark D'Antonio, right? But even under Mark D'Antonio, they would have their peaks and valleys because it's hard for a program like that to sustain that success year after year after year because you're not recruiting the same caliber player you're getting at Ohio State. We're just reloading every year. And I know that Penn State lost some guys, and your comment about Sean Clifford was interesting because I don't disagree with you. But the reality is when Sean Clifford is healthy, Penn State wins. I mean, if he doesn't get hurt last year, they beat Iowa convincingly. And I think they beat Illinois if he's not banged up during that stretch because he got hurt in the Iowa game, tried to come back against Illinois, and just wasn't the same guy. Because I think he understands how to run that machine. I think they got really good talent. And the other thing, too, is they haven't had much of a running game the last couple of years. They just signed the best running back in high school football last year, in my opinion, in Nicholas Singleton. And yes, they lost Jahan Dotson, who was a beast, but I like Parker Washington. Keandre Lambert's a good player. I think their defense has got some guys that are kind of ascending. And I think their schedule, because the question was conference record. I think their conference schedule is slightly easier. A lot of it's similar. I mean, they both play Ohio State at home. And the reality is this. Michigan State, for whatever reason, under the last 5-6 years, just cowers when they play Ohio State. They don't not only do they lose to Ohio State, they usually get murdered by Ohio State. Where Penn State, even when they suck, gives Ohio State a game. And I think they both play at Michigan, I believe, right? So their schedules are very similar. The difference is Michigan State plays at Penn State. And that ultimately is going to be what the difference would be for me. Is like maybe Penn State beats Ohio State at home, but then loses at Michigan. I could see Michigan State losing at home to Ohio State, but then losing, but then beating Michigan wherever at Michigan, right? Because I think Michigan's going to take a bit of a step back this year compared to last year. I also think the Maryland game is interesting. Penn State gets Maryland home. Michigan State gets them on the road. That's one of those trap kind of games where Maryland's a weird team, Ryan, because they'll just look kind of and then just show up one week and you're like, where the heck did this team come from? And you better hope that it's not the week you play them because it's like they do that every year. So it's not an easy answer for me, but I'm leaning towards Penn State. I also think that there's a lot more. Michigan State this year is going to be the hunted. And how are they going to handle that? We don't know because Mel Tucker's been a head coach for 3 years. Last year was the first year he's had a winning record.
Yeah.
Right. Say what you want about James Franklin, but he's had a lot of good seasons. He's just not the elite coach he's made out to be. He's not a bum either. But the other part is, what do we all agree on? He can recruit. And he's going to have better players top to bottom than Mel Tucker's going to have. And I'm just not quite on the Mel Tucker bandwagon yet because he had one good year in what was not a great year in the Big Ten after Ohio State and Michigan, in my opinion.
From Bill Fartzer. I think somebody just wanted me to say Fartzer, but that's okay. Do you think
if that's his real last name, he's going to be super ticked at you right now.
I know. Yeah, I'll join the club. Get in line. So Bill wants to know, do you think if we have an excellent visit with Christian Gray, we will be the clear front runner?
I think they kind of already are. They've really turned the heat up and hit all the right notes with Christian Gray recently. And I think if anything, Bill, an excellent visit could be done deal at that point, right? Like I think that you have a chance to close this one. It's not as much getting into the front runner. I think you are there now with with the momentum you've grabbed over the last few weeks. I think that the visit could be the ending to this recruitment.
Yeah. Can I bring up two really interesting conversations?
Please.
David Knight asked, "Do you guys think do you think some guys go on visits just for the experience and to try to get some gear?" And Brandon Plensner asked, "Why would they want a gear of a school they're not going to?" I'm sure some still do, though. I guarantee you that's one of the reasons kids go on visits.
100%.
And look, I was a Notre Dame fan my whole life, but I also had a hat of so many other colleges because why did I have a Duke hat? Because it matched shirts that I had. Why did I have a Nebraska hat? Because it matched shirts of clothes that I had, right? Like kids like gear, right? And they're not like us. They're not like these, even kids that pick Notre Dame. It's not that they grew up diehard Notre Dame fans. They'll rock other stuff. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I think that's it. I think they like the stuff. and and what they don't use, they can give to their siblings or parents or whatever. But no, I think, are kids only going to schools for gear? No. Is that one of the benefits of it? Heck yeah, it is, man. And look, I had a Florida State hat on when I was a kid. Why? Because I had a shirt that I liked that it would go with that shirt, and that's what I rock. So yeah. And I don't think that's changed. I think kids are still that way, right, Vince? Now some of them just dye their hair to match whatever shirt they're wearing, but
that's a fact.
It's a lot easier to buy hats, kids. I'm sorry. It's a lot easier to do that than to constantly keep
a lot of different schools, a lot of different things. I mean, it's not, it is what it is.
The one thing I never wore two things. I never wore anything USC related, and I never wore a Michigan hat.
Good for you.
Good
for you.
I still like free stuff, to be honest. I mean, if Vince wants to send me the school he works at a baseball shirt, I'll wear it every single day. I'll be good with that.
Done. It's happening. On the way to Jersey. Extra large is left. Okay. Luke Breeding says, any Charlie Jones news?
Everything I've seen is that he's going to go to Purdue. From everything I've seen reported.
I see that publicly as well, actually. Yeah. I saw that he's going to Purdue.
Yeah.
So
here's an interesting one. I think it's a pretty easy answer.
Yeah. Who do you think will end up with more national championships, Kirby Smart or Jimbo Fisher?
Well, I think Jimbo's tapped out on his national title.
They're tied at one.
So the question is, do you think Kirby's going to win another one or not? And I mean,
he has more of an opportunity to win one, I think, than Jimbo does.
Because he'll be able to take advantage of years like this last year that come along. Right? In 17, similar way. Because Kirby's teams are always going to be good enough to where if you're not on your level, he can beat you. He's not going to go win a title in the years like 18 and 19 and 20. But in years like 21, 17, there have been years where it's like there's just no great teams. That's when Kirby's going to shine because he's always going to have a very talented roster. They're always going to be physical. They're always going to be somewhat fundamentally sound. And when you're talented and are fundamentally sound, you're going to win a lot of games. And if a team like Bama's flawed, or a team like a Clemson or Ohio State is flawed compared to most years, then he's going to sneak a title. If Kirby Smart's at Alabama for the next 10 years, I think he'll sneak another title in 1 year. Right? There's no chance Jimbo Fisher wins a title, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think so either. They're just doing it the wrong way. I just don't. Yeah. I don't see it. It's just going to be a bunch of individual guys. Yeah. They're not going to be a team, and those guys fail.
And as soon as those kids get all these big deals, aren't playing, they're going to transfer.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And get a big payout somewhere else because that's the only reason they picked your school. So, yeah. And what are you going to do? Complain? Oh, this kid didn't honor his contract of the money we offered him that we said we didn't offer him, that we supposedly didn't offer him. And, that's now considered illegal. So, yeah, we're going to go complain about it. And just like they got real mad in public about when Eric Dickerson turned down them and took the Trans Am. Oh, wait, no, they didn't say anything publicly. Oh, why? Because it was illegal. Exactly.
Everybody's really worried about the shirt that I'm wearing. You guys worry about what we wear a lot.
Yeah, well, you got your Gatorade shirt on?
Shirt from work. Yeah. So, it is what it is.
I've seen it's Pride Week. It's about some other thing. It's like, no.
Miami.
I just walked in the house after working at the Gatorade thing, and I had to sit down and do the show.
Right,
is that pretty much it, Vince?
That's pretty much it, man. I gotta see what I have to do is what you do. I need my shirts, and I just need to,
because people don't know is I have 4 of the gray shirts, 4 of the dark gray shirts, 4 of the white shirts, and they're just I got them lined up, right? Because I could wear the same color shirt 4 days in a row, and you're like, Driscoll wear the same shirt 4 different shirts. So
yeah, exactly. All right. Here's one from Rob. He says, Brian and Vince, and when Ryan joins, well, he's joined us. In your opinion, what coach would have been a great hire in 1996 when Coach Holtz stepped down?
I'm going to defer this one. I was 5. I'm sorry. I didn't have enough.
15,
I don't have enough.
So. Nice job, Mr. Student of History.
Sorry. I didn't know. I don't know who was on the market.
For me, there's one answer and one answer only.
Okay.
There's one right answer. That's it. One. It's Barry Alvarez.
All the connections to Notre Dame.
He'd been to the Rose Bowl 3 years before.
Yeah.
He'd taken a program that was garbage, and they were 8-5 his last year. But Wisconsin was awful before he took over. And matter of fact, what's funny is the first college football game I've ever been to was a Wisconsin game the year before Barry Alvarez took over. It was at Ohio State. My fifth grade basketball coach was a dentist. He had a season tickets to Ohio State. He couldn't go, so he asked my dad if we wanted to go, and I was like, I just loved college football. I was a Notre Dame fan, but I loved college football. So we went, but they were awful. I mean, awful. By his fourth year, he'd taken them to the Rose Bowl. By 95, they were 3-0 in bowl games, including a Rose Bowl win. Yes, I would have liked to have seen Barry Alvarez take over. Now, there's a lot of reasons why I'm not sure he would have taken it, because he knew how much the administration was fighting the football team. But I would have done whatever I could have and my understanding is they didn't want him. They didn't go for him. It's my understanding. I could be wrong on that, but they didn't want him, which is just stupid. They wanted Davey because Davey was playing the whole political game, stabbing Lou in the back. I mean, Davey got everything he deserved, in my opinion, at Notre Dame. But Barry Alvarez is the only right answer to that question, in my opinion. Vince, you are muted.
See that. Thank you.
That's usually a Brian thing.
Hey, it's been a while since I've done that. Mr. I'm going to
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Brandon wants to know, why would Dante stretch his recruitment into the fall? Would that be a sign that he's not 100% sold on Notre Dame if he needs to wait until the fall to see certain teams' offensive success / scheme?
Well, I mean, he's not 100% sold on Notre Dame. That's why he hasn't committed to Notre Dame. I mean, I think there's always the thought of he may love Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame is his leader. I don't think it's really been ever that close. But I mean, I think that's kind of being viewed. I take that question a bit as a negative. I think that's being smart. I mean, if you feel a certain way, but you want to actually see it play out that way, I think that's kind of being smart. I just don't think he's going to take it into the fall. I know there's all this talk. Like somebody told me that somebody reported, I think he could commit anywhere between now and December. Like, well, okay, we got all the bases covered, Like, yep, those are the options, maybe between now or December. I still don't think he's going to carry in the fall. I just don't. I could be wrong about that. I just don't. Dante just strikes me as the kind of kid that once his season starts, he wants to be focused on his season and his team and winning a state championship again, not recruiting and going on visits and doing all that. It would surprise me if he did that. It would still surprise me a lot if he did that. And we'll find out. That's not giving you intel. That's just my read of the kid, in that regard. So, yeah, that's kind of how I take that one.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me too. I mean, to Brand's question directly though, if he takes it into the fall, that's very unsettling. Say the least.
It's anybody. That's when I would start being like, I don't know if this one's going to work for Notre Dame. Exactly. Having said that, however, if the reason was truly because he wants to see how the offenses play out, then I think that's where. Well, I'm pretty confident this is going to be a good football team, and that leads me to believe that, that it'll end up working out, because I do think this offense is going to be really good. And if he just needs to wait and see that it's really good first, then okay, I think he's going to see what he's waiting for. So, Vince, by the way, where are you right now?
118.
118? Okay. Thank you.
Yep. It's Bill's question. Again, I didn't realize that until I pulled it up. Bill Fartzer has another question. He says, who do you see as the starting three? Why stop shaking your head?
You're such a child.
I know I am.
You said fun.
I teach. Okay. I teach health. All right. Who do you see as the starting three wide receivers heading into week one?
Lorenzo Styles, Braden Lindsey, Avery Davis. I think Notre Dame's going to go 12 personnel in the first play of the season. But yeah, if it's 11 personnel, I think it'll be Lorenzo Styles in the boundary, Braden Lindsey, and Avery Davis as of right now. As of right now, that's how I would see it. Assuming Avery Davis is healthy by then. Yeah. If he's not, then I think it'd be Deion Colsey would be my pick then if Avery's not 100% healthy.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. I would like to see, I mean, we've talked about this before. I would like to see Styles in the boundary a little bit, not all the time, but in spots. I think that he can take advantage of that spot. So that's interesting. I would hope that, again, we always talk about Colsey and taking that next step. I think the ideal one is that Colsey is the guy that we think we can be, and then Styles and Lindsey are playing to the field, but we'll see what happens.
This is a good one.
So bad.
Nothing personal says hypothetical. Say your wife plans a birthday party for your almost 1-year-old for September 3rd, 2022 at 1 p.m. Let's also say that Fox has Notre Dame and Ohio State as their big noon game. What do you do?
Well, I think what this shows is that your wife has a better grasp of the Notre Dame schedule than you do.
Yeah,
because it's a night game and she knows that, and that's why she has the party at 1 o'clock.
Exactly.
But
Well
he said this though because the baby would be in bed most likely by 7:30, so there would not be any back and forth between the controversy.
So I guess my funny answer would be, well, which kid is this? If this is like one of your first couple, then you're at the party. If this is like kid 5, it's like, hey, I'm sorry, I got stuff to do.
Not wrong.
Not wrong. In all seriousness, and he's being funny, but your kids always take importance. And that's the beautiful thing nowadays about the devices that we can watch games on.
Exactly. Nailed it.
And
look, it would not be the first family function at my house where the game was on in the background. So if I'm just a fan and I'm not having to analyze the game, it's on in the background. We're good to go.
What you also do is you pony up. If it's a 1-year-old, you pony up for some clown or a pony or something that can keep the kids occupied for an hour and a half where it's somebody else is the one doing the entertaining.
Great.
So I don't know if pony is probably not the option because it's 1-year-olds, right? I don't know if you're throwing like 1-year-olds up on the back of a pony. Always the kids.
That'll be more work for the parents if you bring ponies to a 1-year-old party. So
no, because then it's like, it's mom and the moms, and there's more parents that are going to be standing around for the pony show than for whatever else. So you'll have more parental help and support.
My real Brian answer to this question is why not both? You can have the game on in the background, just like Vince said.
Or something very important that you're supposed to get, you don't get and forget, and then you have to leave to go get it, and then you get it, and then there was traffic, and you have to, you're sitting there parked somewhere watching it on your phone. Those are
I thought you were doing like a Flintstones thing where he has to be in 2 places at once and he keeps running back and forth. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Don't remember that. Sorry.
Oh man, Flintstones was a classic.
Yeah, but it was a lot longer ago for me than it was for you. So
that's also fair.
That's fair.
That's fair. Well, go ahead. You obviously had one. Same one I was pulling up. Yeah. All right. Matt McCarthy says, do you think Tommy will put together a game plan for Ohio State that's similar to what we saw from Oregon when they went to Columbus last year?
I have to rewatch that game. I don't remember exactly what the strategy
Philosophically, yes. It'll look a lot different because Notre Dame's offense is different than Oregon's. But the philosophy behind it was Oregon controlled the line of scrimmage and built around that. So, yes, I think they'll do that because that's been the recipe for beating Ohio State. Even when Purdue beat Ohio State with the big plays from Rondale Moore, they ran the ball that game. But you look at the Michigan game, you look at the Ohio State or the Oregon game, even the Utah game, it was all built around established line of scrimmage and then build out from that. So I think it'll look very similar to that, yes. Will it be similar? Yes. From a philosophical standpoint, Matt, I think it'll be very similar. Schematically, it'll get there in a different way. But philosophically, I think it'll be very similar. Because, Michigan ran for like 290 yards. I think Oregon was like 260, something like that. Averaged over 7 yards a carry against Ohio State. They just dominated the line of scrimmage. And I think it'll be a very similar situation in this particular matchup, in my opinion, yeah.
There's an interesting question here from Johnny S. So there was some chat about and some questions about the athletic director, Jack Swarbrick, if he's actually going to leave in a couple of years. Remember that was that thing that was out there.
Which I believe is actually true.
It probably is. He's not a spring chicken. I would not be surprised if that was the case. And he works his butt off, so I'm sure it's a tiring job as well. So Johnny wants to know, circling back to the AD, when Jack retires, who would be your top candidate? Which is an interesting question.
I'd have to do,
when they were looking for an AD last.
I'd have to do some research on that. The only thing I could tell you now is like people that I know. Like I know the AD at Purdue is a guy that's a former worked at Notre Dame. The AD at Auburn, I think, went to school at Notre Dame. Those kind of connections. I'd really have to sit and think about it and kind of do some research on it. I don't follow the athletic directors, and just because you're successful somewhere as an AD doesn't mean that same plan for success would work at Notre Dame.
Animal. There's no question about that.
So I'd have to look into it. I'd have to think about it, Johnny. It's not that it's not a good question. I don't know who. I just don't have an answer.
I don't have an educated answer.
It's like something. I mean, I've made some phone calls. I know there's been some people have mentioned a couple names to me in the past. I just can't remember who they were. That were intriguing. I just can't remember who. I just like there's one guy in particular. But and it's not always going to be another college AD. Jack Swarbrick wasn't working for another college. Like I've heard, like there's some that I've heard, like someone who's running another organization. That's like one of the names, and I don't remember the guy's name, but it was someone who's running a huge organization, sports organization, not like a team, but like an organization that would be someone that they would look at. Because again, running the Notre Dame institution is a whole lot different than a typical athletic director,
right?
Who's scheduling games and hiring coaches and all that. Jack Swarbrick's raising billions of dollars and making big deals and working behind the scenes on TV contracts and
working like with the
playoff committees. And I mean, he's not your typical AD. He is basically a conference commissioner.
Yeah, he's a commissioner. He's an AD. He's all of those things all wrapped into one, which
is why he's hired some of the people he's hired to work more closely with the individual sports, because he's doing a lot more of the bigger picture stuff.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah, I think it'd be someone more like that.
It's a unique position. There's no question about it. And there's no other AD in the country that does what Jack Swarbrick does or what he has on the plate. You know what I mean? I'm not saying no one else could be good at it. It's just different. It's just different.
Yeah, I like this next one from Tommy Guns. That's an interesting one.
If Brian, Ryan, and Vince served as co-presidents, I'm guessing that's what that means. For Notre Dame for the next 3 years. Notre Dame wins a championship in year 3 and is competitive in the other 2. What new contract do you offer Freeman prior to leaving? So I got to leave after 3 years. I don't like that.
If he won a title and I can only be there for 3 years, because then I'm going to retire and run the Driscoll media empire. Let's see here. I mean, what new contract to offer Freeman? Whatever it takes.
Exactly.
I mean, if Marcus Freeman wins the national championship, I mean, I don't know if you can put a number on what that would do for the University of Notre Dame and the University of Notre Dame athletics department if the football team won a national championship. Right. Like, it is hard to fathom the financial impact that would have on the institution in so many different ways. And so if that happens and the program's trending in the right direction, like, you got to be smart too. Like, if you win a title and your last 2 recruiting classes are junk and you win the title because you're basically, you're Larry Coker, then, I'm not giving that guy a deal, but like what we know of, I mean, that's theoretically, but what we know of Marcus Freeman is that's not going to be the case. I would do whatever it takes, because I think the unique thing about Marcus Freeman is that right there is the only thing we don't know about him being elite. He is a phenomenal fit for Notre Dame from a character standpoint, from a family standpoint. He's a great recruiter. He's a genuinely decent man. Like, all those things check the boxes of what we think Notre Dame is supposed to be about. The only thing we don't know right now is he's a motivator, all that. We don't know if he's a great head coach from a going out and winning games and championship standpoint. We don't know the answer to that because he's never coached a game with his staff. He's coached one game and they lost that game that they led 28-7, right? I mean, that's the only game we can go off of. If that part checks out, Vince, then you have to do whatever it takes to keep him.
I agree completely.
I mean, you have to do whatever it takes. I mean, if he needs,
you can have around for a long time.
If he needs $15 million a year, you make it happen. I mean,
it doesn't all have to come from the university. I mean, there's ways to structure a contract so that he's
why
getting.
Do you think Dick Corbett's name is on the head coaching position? It's because he's paying for part of that job. But again, if he leads them to their championship, it's not going to be easy to get him an $8 million a year contract. I mean, it's not going to be hard at all.
I completely agree with that. Absolutely, yeah.
And
there's going to be money coming in to offset whatever salary that you need to give him.
Here's what I mean by that, right? When does Notre Dame's NBC contract run up? Is it 25?
Sooner than later. It's a couple of years. Yeah.
Let me. When does Notre Dame's NBC contract expire? So let's look at this. It looks like it's the 2025 season.
Okay.
So we're talking about Notre Dame wins a championship in year 3. So that's 22, 23, 24. From a purely financial standpoint, there could not be a better time for Notre Dame to win a national championship.
Renegotiating your TV contract.
Because you are now you are going to have Fox, ESPN, CBS, NBC offering you double, triple what you're making now. Because if they win a championship and they were competitive so basically what he's saying is, he said Notre Dame wins the championship in year 3 and they're competitive in the other 2. That means for the next 2 years, they're going to have wins over Ohio State and Clemson. They don't beat them every time, but they will have beaten them. 24, you will have beaten Texas A&M. You will have probably been a playoff team 1 year, and let's say an Orange Bowl team the other, something like that, right?
Year 6
that means you are going to have some big money games. You're going to be on national. You're going to be the numbers for most. I mean, your program is going to have, because what did we say last week? Notre Dame's brand is as big as anybody in college football and in college sports. Their on-field product hasn't been that, but their brand is as powerful as ever. If they then go prove that their on-field product is every bit as good as everybody else's, they're going to have – I mean, Fox is going to throw everything that they can to get Notre Dame over to them. If they're – I mean, think about how many times Notre Dame has got NBC to extend their contract when they sucked. Think about that. How they've gotten the ACC to pay them money when they weren't that good for TV deals. So all of a sudden, you're going to have Fox, ESPN, CBS, all these other entities trying to get Notre Dame, who's going to be a free agent a year, who just won a title with a charismatic, young, successful, high-character coach. Are you kidding me? Oh, and by the way, Notre Dame is I saw today, Notre Dame is one of 2 institutions in all of sports to make a New Year's 6 football game, the NCAA tournament, and the baseball tournament. And their women's basketball team made the NCAA tournament. Like their hockey team is consistently – those are all the big money sports. And Notre Dame right now is really good at them. And if football becomes a champion, they're gonna make so much more money. The TV contract alone is going to pay for whatever I would need to pay Marcus Freeman.
And the assistants too, for that matter.
Yes,
I mean, you're going to
Under Armour deal is going to be kind of coming up somewhat soon. Like everything is kind of going to be coming up soon where you can renegotiate it. You're going to more than be able to pay Marcus Freeman and to your point, Vince, that was a great point. What you need to keep hiring a great staff, you have no problem paying them because of what that would do. So yes, in the next 3 years would be the absolute perfect time to win a championship.
Under Armour ends at the calendar year of 24. So that would literally be right around the time they win the national championship.
Yeah, it'd be like right before. Right.
Right.
So your negotiations are happening during that season.
Right. I mean, that's
right.
During the 2 competitive runs and the national championship run is when you're renegotiating that deal as well.
So the one that I read said that their deal runs through the 2025 season.
You're talking about NBC,
right? And then you said Under Armour extent, right? So they don't need the championship as much for the Under Armour. It's more about, are you in that competitive thing? The championship would be even bigger for the TV deal.
Absolutely. But
the point to what you're saying is those 2 contracts expire within a year of each other. Those are 2. Yep. That's your 2 huge biggest deals. So yes, that would be. I would pay him whatever I need to pay him. I'd like. Yep. I mean, I'm saying it's. I mean, I wouldn't do this because if it's a serious question and I'm, co-president or whatever, I'm not going to be that silly person that just writes him here's a blank piece of paper, write down what. But the point is, like, I would go to them. What are you asking for? And then I'd get my answer like, that's it. All right, cool.
Right,
signed. Yeah,
I would think from what I know about Marcus Freeman is that if he's having success at Notre Dame and we're talking about a national championship, he's not going to be looking to go anywhere else.
Yeah, but at the same time, if Notre Dame's only saying, well, we're going to pay you $6 million a year while Mel Tucker's making 11.
No. Absolutely. I'm not saying,
right. I mean,
I don't think you give a blank check. Like, I don't think it's going to have to be that.
My point is yes, I don't think Mark Freeman's going to leave just for money, but you also can't be stupid and think that, well, you won making – because here's what some dumb people do. Well, again, because we're running it, so we're not going to make that dumb decision. Well, you won a title with what we gave you, right? So why do you need more? Well, that's called you're a bad business person, and that's why you're in academia. But that's a different conversation for a different day. But we are business people. We do have common sense, so we would understand we've got to make him one of the highest paid coaches. And then I'd have a kicker in there that he's always going to be within the top 5 highest paid coaches in college football. And there's going to be escalators as long as he meets certain standards. So if you make a New Year's 6 game or a playoff game or a championship and you fall out of the top 5, you automatically get an escalator that puts you back in the top 5. That's what I would do. So that would be where my my deals would go. There's no question. No question.
Jimbo wants to know how Marist's summer is going. It seems like he's Notre Dame's most unicorn-like ceiling player, and we don't hear much about him. Well, first of all, the summer for them starts, I think, next week.
Correct.
So,
they report Sunday. They'll start workouts next week.
Right. So there is no summer just yet. So that's part of it, I would imagine.
I mean, I don't know how much more we can talk about Marist Liufau than we already do. I mean, with all due respect, I feel like if we don't talk about him enough, I don't know if we're ever going to satisfy your craving for more of Marist Liufau. I mean, we talk about him quite a bit. So, but summers, like I said, summer workouts. Right now, kids are they're home, they're with family. You had Memorial Day. They'll report back this weekend, and summer workouts are going to start next week. So, be back at it here very, very soon.
Irishman 7114. Why is the media so high on USC? I think they're at best 4th best on the schedule, and at worst 7th or 8th best. What are y'all thoughts? We talked a lot about USC in yesterday's show. That's for sure. They're an enigma. First of all, they're going to have a ton of talent on the outside, but again, it's all kinds of talent. How are they going to play together as a team? And on top of that, what are the trenches going to look like? I think that's going to be their biggest hurdle to overcome.
I just feel, Vince, like there's so much that we don't know about this team that makes it foolish to put them in the top 5. Is there a chance in the weak Pac-12 that USC runs the table, goes 11-1? Maybe they lose to UCLA, beat Notre Dame, UC lose to UCLA, something like that, goes 11-1. Sure, it's possible, but it's also possible that they go 5-7, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's this huge hype thing on them based off of what Lincoln So you're telling me Lincoln Riley's going to take some of the same players he had at Oklahoma, go to USC. He was already in a weak league. He's still in a weak league. They don't have nearly the line play. I mean, he had 2 basically defensive linemen from Oklahoma get drafted this past year on defense, in the 2nd and 4th rounds. They have one of the 10 best offensive lines in college football. He's going to a place that has far worse at both. Huge problems coming off a 4A knee, and simply because you took some of the players you had with you, you're going to be as good as you were. They weren't even a top 5 team last year. They weren't a top 5 team the year before, and people are talking. So it's the same reason people were hyping up North Carolina last year. Remember last year, this time, Vince, were like, the magazines were like, I don't understand why people are ranking North Carolina in the top 10. They weren't a top 10 team last year, and they lost this. All that production. Right? Yeah. I think Lincoln Riley's overhyped. I think that there's this assumption that he's just going to walk in, and because they got these skill players, that they're all of a sudden going to be phenomenal. And are they going to be a better team? Yes. But they got a lot to prove.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they should be a better team. I mean, that's almost a given, frankly, especially with the talent that they're bringing in and the fact that they play in the Pac-12. They should be better than 4 wins. Right. But are they a top 10 team? That's rough. I don't see that. I just don't. I mean, they're not a complete.
They got to show me they can win the Pac-12 first.
For sure.
I mean, winning the Pac-12 is not going to be this easy thing that everybody thinks it's going to be, where it's like, oh, no problem. We're USC. They went 4-8 last year for a reason. It's because their roster is not nearly as healthy as people think it is. Clay Helton wasn't this bad in the past. They were this bad because the roster stinks. And one offseason of transfers isn't going to change that, in my opinion.
We got another super chat here. This one's from Mark Stewart. Thank you very much, Mark.
3 from Mark today.
Yeah, I thought that was the case, but they're running together. So I thank you for clarifying that. Why do we assume that once kids get on campus that Notre Dame players are not going to get as much money in NIL deals? ND's brand, along with their star power, equals big bucks, in my opinion. What are your thoughts? Look, NIL is a thing at Notre Dame. I mean, and they're not afraid to talk about it. The difference about NIL at Notre Dame and let's say NIL at Texas A&M is they're not just handing over a check to these guys. Like, you use the Notre Dame brand to earn your money, okay? You use the Notre Dame brand to get your NIL, and you can make money at Notre Dame, but it's the long game at Notre Dame. It's not the here's $1 million right up front. That Notre Dame's not going to do that, and I don't think they should have to do that.
Right.
But the kids have to understand, and the families have to understand that you can make money at Notre Dame, but there's a different way to do it. And the people that end up at Notre Dame will understand that, and those are the kind of people that you want at Notre Dame anyway, in my humble opinion. So,
right.
It is what it is. But
the problem with the perception, Mark, of Notre Dame's NIL is that Notre Dame is not competitive with other teams when it comes to using NIL as an inducement. And that's by choice. There's plenty of I can assure you this. There are plenty of boosters that if the rules were such that you can use money as enticements and boosters can just go buy players, trust me, I know a lot of very wealthy Notre Dame fans and boosters who'd be more than willing to get together and start buying players.
Sure.
If that was the rules.
Right.
They're not going to do that now because part of the reason they love their alma mater or the team that they root for is because Notre Dame is different. But if the NCAA changed the rules and said this is allowable and Notre Dame was like, sure, we're going to compete in that now, then they would be able to do that. Notre Dame is trying to do it the way it should be done, which is taking care of the current players. That's what NIL is supposed to be about. Take care of the current players, not giving money to recruits, but taking care of your current players. And I think the fact that Jimbo Fisher's using so much money to get recruits tells me that he is a scumbag who doesn't understand what NIL is supposed to be about. It's about helping him, not about helping players.
It's a loophole to get guys in.
The money to recruits isn't to help the kids; it's to get the best players so he can go win. And it's all about him.
2 years, how many kids are going to transfer out of Texas A&M?
Same thing with Lincoln Riley. It is all about Lincoln Riley, and Notre Dame's just not going to do that. But to your point, Mark, I mean, I know of several Notre Dame players that have made six figures over the last year. Mm-hmm. Several. That means there's several Notre Dame football players making more money than me. And I'm a business owner, and I'm not complaining. I mean, good for them. I don't have a problem with it. But they're doing it the right way. It's I started my own clothing line. I'm doing advertisement things. I'm doing things to create a transaction where I'm going to do a certain service for you, and you're going to pay me this amount of money to do it. I think that's great for young people because they have to understand branding and marketing and tax implications. And okay, I'm getting paid from this state. So do I need to know my state? Okay. Am I still considered a resident of the state that I'm from? There's so many things that could be such great experiences for these young people that, Vince, I know you and I could have used when we were that age that would have made us maybe more successful financially, that are great opportunities for them. And that's where it should be geared towards. And that's what Notre Dame is focusing on, which is why, I mean, how many Notre Dame kids jumped in the portal this year because they weren't making enough money?
A lot.
None.
Oh, you're talking about Notre Dame.
How many Notre Dame kids jumped in the portal because they weren't making enough money? You don't think Michael Mayer and Lorenzo Styles, Tyler Buckner, Blake Fisher, these type of kids couldn't have jumped in the portal and gotten big bucks from somewhere else? Like, look, if Michael Mayer was open for business, he might have been the guy that everybody's losing their minds about, not Jordan Addison.
Absolutely.
If Blake Fisher decided he was open for business in that regard, he'd be a millionaire right now. But these kids understand there's a bigger picture at hand. And Blake also understands that if I'm playing for Harry Heastan, I can either go somewhere else and get $2 million now, or I can stay here and make $30 million in 2 years.
Exactly. And I will give a concrete example of Notre Dame using NIL to their advantage with and helping a kid. Okay. So I said earlier, I was at a camp at Notre Dame this morning. They were introducing the players that were going to be helping out at the camp. And Michael Milk Vinson was helping out at the camp. He's the long snapper at Notre Dame. He has an NIL deal with like the American Dairy Association because his nickname is Milk, right? And Coach Mason said that in his introduction. He's like, hey, he's got an NIL deal with the dairy, blah, 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 blah.
He's a walk-on long snapper.
Exactly. And
now,
so
he's very good at it, but being at Notre Dame has presented him with an opportunity.
And they're not beating people over the head with the NIL stuff, but they're saying, look, even a walk-on at Notre Dame can get an NIL opportunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. And he said it, and everybody kind of chuckled and, that kind of a thing. But they're doing it the right way. That's what I will say. And I appreciated that a lot.
They're trying to stay true to what NIL is supposed to be about.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what I think.
Next up from Connor. Hey, guys, I'm rarely ever to catch the live shows. Well, welcome, Connor. I'm going to Ball State University to become a history teacher. And while I can respect your love for World War II history, I must say that Rome is better. Wow, he's coming at us strong with
Rome is better in what?
Roman history, like Roman.
I know there's a TV show called Rome. Is he referring to that?
So I think he's just talking about Roman history in general because he said he's going to be
okay. So he's saying history of Rome was better than the history of World War II.
Better subject to follow.
Well, I'm an American, and I'm proud to be an American, and I think America is the greatest country that this planet has ever known. So yeah, and I hate Nazis. So I think World War II is pretty freaking awesome. So yeah, see, killed a bunch of fascists, killed a bunch of Nazis. Made this country free, this world freer, and America. Okay, so
I mean,
or I could study the history of the empire that enslaved millions of people. Just kidding. I think Roman history is fascinating as well.
I agree with that.
What's really fascinating is looking at the start of because it had to go from somewhere. But no, I think Roman history is fascinating. And
agreed.
And I'm a Christian, and I believe in I love studying the time of Jesus leading up to and post, and what does that mean to certain texts of the New Testament, things like that. You can't study that without studying Roman history. That's a pretty important part of it. I mean, there's Romans talked about in the Bible, right? Pontius Pilate and stuff like that. So yes, it's a very fascinating time. But I'm sorry, it's always going to be about America for me, my friend. But hey. Where do you say he's a history teacher at Ball State?
He's at Ball State studying to be a history teacher.
Good for you. Good for you.
Make
history when you fun.
Come up to the South Bend area, let me know. I'll help you get a job.
Yeah.
All right. Brandon says, Brian, can Notre Dame
afford? Is what he's trying to say.
There we go. Can Notre Dame afford to miss on a quarterback this cycle, or is it imperative that they land a quarterback given the fact that Notre Dame can't use the portal like other schools can?
I mean, look, that's true, Brandon. Like, can they afford to miss? Not really, unless you want. Look, Tyler Buchner still has 3 years left. But here's the deal: you can either swing your shot and miss, and that's not good, or you can just keep settling for guys that aren't quite good enough. I mean, at some point, and like I said early in this whole process, this is not a strategy I would take every single year. But this is a unique case because Dante is unique. He's elite. He's 2 hours away. He's a 4.0 student. There's just he's a fit. You just got to convince everybody around him that he's a fit. He wants to be here. You have to be able to swing your shot because you're basically a quarterback. You're quarterback dominant away from being that team, in my opinion. I know other people disagree, but I think I can make a stronger case that I'm right than I'm not. And I think Tyler Buchner can be step one to that. And Dante could be either the next step, meaning he's the second quarterback that wins the title at Notre Dame, or he builds on what Tyler starts and takes Notre Dame to that promised land. And just some of these other quarterbacks who are good. Jackson Arnold's not that guy. Sorry. Chris Vizina is not that guy. Avery Johnson's not that guy. You have to swing your shot. You have to take your shot. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're just not willing to do what it takes to truly take that final step. And again, if Dante Moore was from Atlanta or Dallas or LA, I'd have a completely different view on this. But because he is a local kid, I think that adds even more to why I think it's the right thing to do. So can they afford it? No. Does that change my opinion? No, it doesn't. You have to be willing to take that shot. And if you're not, then just understand that's why you're never going to get over the hump. You have to be willing to take that shot. And I think Dante's the right kid to take it for.
Sparkling Swan. Brian and Vince, are the administrators at Notre Dame more supportive now of the football program with Marcus Freeman? What was it like post Lou, Davey, Ty, Weiss, Kelly? They're more supportive than they were in the Lou.
Not Kelly. Not take Kelly out of that, because the support for Marcus is the same as what the support was for Brian Kelly.
Weiss started to crack the door a little bit with some of the early enrollees and stuff, but it was not even
but
where
he had to take. But see, here's the thing, though. Weiss, if we're talking about the football coaches, Weiss started it, right? But Weiss had to take the administration kicking and screaming to those areas. It wasn't until Jack Swarbrick showed up that really started to change. Because remember, Charlie only had Jack for 1 year, and that was 2009, and that was sort of Jack feeling out where everything was, right? Jack was wise. He said, I'm going to sit back for a year. I'm going to do certain things, but I want to see how he didn't come in and fire Charlie right away and do all these kind of things. He sat back and said, okay, let me see how this is going, get a feel for where everything is, and then we'll decide where to go next. And Jack was always kind of 2 steps ahead. You know, he knew he could get Brian Kelly. He liked Brian Kelly, but there was 2 coaches that he offered a job to before Brian Kelly. He gave them quick periods to say yes or no, and then quickly moved on to Brian Kelly. It was Bob Stoops and Kirk Ferentz. And so, I mean, the institution was not super supportive of Charlie in a lot of ways. They were not super, but more so than they had been for Ty and Bob Davey and Lou Holtz. So it was getting progressively better, but I mean, Lou got fought, and it was worse in the 90s than it was at the beginning because there were some leadership changes and things like that. But by the last 4 or 5 years of Lou's tenure, I mean, the institution was clearly fighting against him to keep him from continuing to have a dominant football program. Right. And, you know, you're just not going to win that way. But it's not a Marcus Freeman thing. It's a continuation of what the support they gave Brian Kelly. The difference is Marcus Freeman has come into Notre Dame with more, hey, here's more practical things that we can do now, not, well, we need you to do this. What we can do now as an institution, we just need a little bit of help. We need an extra $500,000. We need an extra $200,000 for me to go hire these analysts. And that's an easier fix than we need a new building that requires a whole lot of different level of funding, and that was the thing is like, it's not just hiring a chef. There's a whole infrastructure in place that comes to that takes time. That's just a cop-out. That's an excuse for Brian Kelly, who took his nutritionist with him to Notre Dame. So clearly he didn't think that program sucked at Notre Dame because he took the freaking guy with him, right? But, you know, Marcus has understood that, look, we need to take care of what we can do to get this thing to the next level. We're not at our peak as a football program. We're not at our peak as a coaching staff. We're not at our peak as all these things. We're not doing everything we can do to get there. So forget asking the institution for more things. We got stuff we got to handle first. And that's the difference. Brian Kelly thought I'd done everything because he was unwilling to admit that there were things he hadn't done. I don't want to turn this into a Brian Kelly thing, but I'm just making the point. So what I'm to answer the question is Brian Kelly had all the support he needed to take the next step. He wasn't willing to make the decisions. He wasn't willing to make the fires that needed to happen. He wasn't willing to make the hires that needed to happen. It wasn't an institutional thing. Because look what happened last year when he wisely made the decision to go get Marcus Freeman. Jack Swarbrick said, whatever you need, let me know, because we're going to make sure we got to do what we got to do to get Marcus. Right? Brian Kelly even admitted, I told Marcus, money's not going to be a problem. When was the last time a Notre Dame football coach was able to tell an assistant coach money's not going to be a problem? When going to battle with an SEC school. Right, because the institution was doing the support it needed to do. If he would have fired Del Alexander and Jeff Quinn, the school would have stepped up and done what they needed to do to make sure that they could get coaches to replace them, right? Those were Brian Kelly problems, not Notre Dame institution problems. So the point is the school has been supporting the football program for years. Are they doing it in every way possible? Is the institution perfect? No. There are more. I've never said there aren't more things that they can do. It's just that the things that they haven't done yet aren't things holding you back from taking that next step. They're not the reason you kept Jeff Quinn and Dell Alexander around. They're not the reason you refused to fire Brian Van Gorder when everyone with any kind of football IQ whatsoever knew in 2014 that Brian Van Gorder was in over his head, right? Those are not Father Jenkins problems. Those are not Jack Swarbrick problems. Those are not because you don't have a chef. Those are you. And I think that's what I like about Marcus Freeman is he's fighting for the things he thinks that they need from a bigger picture standpoint, but he's also not sitting there looking in the mirror saying, well, we've done everything we can. He's not doing that. And that's why it looks like he's getting more support, but he's not. He's just making the moves that the school would have supported if Brian Kelly would have tried to do them. And that's the difference.
Timeout Tom says, if Kelly wasn't leaving and he continued winning 9 to 10 games a year, how many more years do you think Notre Dame would have tolerated Kelly with faults and never realistically contending for a championship?
As long as Jack Swarbrick was at Notre Dame.
Yeah, agree with that as well. Yeah,
and then it just would have depended on who his replacement was. Yeah. As long as Brian Kelly kept doing what he was doing, running, because Notre Dame wasn't getting into trouble anymore. There was no academic scandals. There was no,
all of the, it's a good program, good clean program. You're always in the conversation. All of those different things that he wasn't going to get rid of them.
Right.
I mean,
nor should. I mean, you just can't fire a coach that's going 10-2 every year.
Exactly.
I would have been okay with it because I'm not the one making that decision, and I didn't like Brian Kelly. But if you're in Jack Swarbrick's shoes, that'd have been a tough. I mean, as long as he's not doing things ethically and morally wrong, you wouldn't have fired him because of this. You'd have fired him because the players didn't want to play for him anymore because something like there had to have been something going on. I mean, and I do respect Notre Dame for that to a degree. They're not just, well, you've been going 10-2 every year, but I won a title, so you're out of here after 4 years. I hate that. I hate that crap. But at the same time, I also feel you should demand excellence, and so it's not an easy answer, but I have no problem with the way that Jack did it. And I also, but see, also Jack was smart enough that Jack didn't just let Brian get whatever he wants, which is why Brian left.
Exactly.
Because Jack wasn't going to renegotiate his contract again.
Right. And that's the difference, right? So he wasn't going to get fired, but he also wasn't going to get a raise. And so that's the difference right there. And obviously Brian Kelly didn't like that. So he left, but he had to leave on his own accord. And we said that a long time ago, that Brian Kelly wasn't going anywhere unless he left because he wanted to leave or because he did something wrong, right? That's the only way there was going to be a change at the head coaching position. And you and I had lamented that. We've had that conversation numerous times over the past few years. It's just like, well, I mean, this is what Notre Dame has, and this is who we're going to have to, deal with for X amount of time until he decides he doesn't want to be here, and that's ended up being what happened. Right.
So Gabe Weiss says that he thinks this green IB shirt is really smooth. It's actually an IB Nation shirt, and this I bought from the merch store.
I have it upstairs.
Vince's white hat right there is also from the merch store. This is not, but the rest of this is. The flag is. So if you like the shirts, you can rock one, because if you're watching the show, you're part of IB Nation. This shirt is for you too. And it is in the merch store. And I have not raised prices in a while. So even though things cost me more, I'm not going to cost you more right now. Because, again, we didn't do this necessarily to make a lot of money off the merch store, but to continue to build a community. So if you like the shirts, go buy one at the merch store. You find the link below on the YouTube channel. You'll find it. So definitely check that out. So anyway, Vince, back to the question.
Yes. My gun says, if you could hit the rewind button on last season, would you change the order of the schedule at all? Why or why not?
I don't think the order of the schedule last year was any kind of problem. I think because if you'd have put the bad teams at the beginning, then Notre Dame would have just looked like they did at the beginning at the end. Right? I mean, it just –
And they wouldn't – I don't think they would have looked as good, but they wouldn't have lost. I mean, and that's what it ends up being. I mean, I do think the offensive line –
I think the season would have gone I think they got better because the teams they played sucked.
Part of it. I don't think that's all of it,
I think that's the primary reason.
I think it's also because they put Andrew Kristofic in at guard. I mean, they made some changes.
Yeah, but they still had other issues. I mean, the line still didn't play with any kind of technique.
Agreed.
They still had Kane Madden at right
Agreed.
guard. My question is, was Andrew Kristofic significantly better than Zeke Correll, or did he happen to step into the lineup at the time when they didn't play teams like Florida State? I mean, they played a first-round draft pick in the opener defensive end. They played another first-round draft pick at defensive end in game 4, right? Game 4, was it 4 against Purdue, right? They played another team that had like 5 NFL draft picks on their defense in Cincinnati during that stretch. They didn't do that the rest of the way. They played bad teams. So although the offensive line got better, they would have still been bad against those teams.
And I don't think
the outcome of those games would have been any different. I think the outcomes would have been exactly the same. They still would have gone 11-1. They still would have averaged about the same points. It's just that they would have looked good early. And matter of fact, I think it would have been worse to change it around from a momentum standpoint, because then you're going into the offseason with the rough part of your schedule coming in November compared to being great in September. And I don't know if we'd be having the same maybe positive vibes, because I think playing bad teams allowed them to get some momentum going into the offseason and allowed them to get some momentum going into the bowl game, and so I think that is something that helped as well, in my opinion.
Zach Martin says, Brian, I asked Ryan his early 24 prospect crush, and he mentioned Nigel Smith. Do you have one yet, like Osbury in 23?
2024 prospects that I have, I'll tell you what, there's a few kids I like in 2024, and the board is still very new. So keep that in mind. The board is very new, and it's going to continue to grow. But there's a couple kids in the class that I kind of quickly go that just stand. Number one, offensively, I absolutely love Corey Smith, the running back from Wisconsin. Love that kid. He is Vince. I think you've seen film of him too. Super explosive kid, really talented kid. I like him quite a bit. There's a lot like Elijah Rushing. I like Nigel Smith's really good. But as far as just the crush, Ja'Shawn Ross, the kid from Missouri, I love. He's a 6'4", 220-pound defensive end that's playing wide receiver. I absolutely love that kid on film. So he will probably kind of fall into that category for me of the kids that I've watched a lot of so far. So Corey Smith on offense so far, and Ja'Shawn Ross on defense would probably be my two guys that I'm just like, man, I love those guys. Maybe they're not the highest ranked at whatever, but just kids, man, I just love those kids on film. Those would be the kids that I would look at, Vince. Those are the guys that I like.
Righty. Bill is back with another question. He says, I honestly don't understand this Arch Manning hype. Some of these other 23 recruits, in my opinion, look a lot better. I think they're just hyping him up because of his uncles.
I'm in the middle ground on this. I think what has happened on this, Vince, is he has gotten overhyped by some because of exactly what Bill said, his name. And so he's not the number one prospect in the country. He's not even the number one quarterback in the country, much less the number one overall player. But I think then the counter to that is people are then not giving him enough credit because they're mad at the overhype of the other side. I had a buddy of mine say, I don't even think he's a top 100 player. And I was like, okay, now you've gone to the same insane view as that. You're just on a different spectrum. To me, Arch Manning is a top 50 football player. He is a good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. Is he one of the 2 or 3 best in the country? No. This is a loaded quarterback class. To me, he's a top 50 guy. He's not elite. He's got really great tools, but he's not quite elite yet. Let's see how he does as a senior. He still only played through his junior season. He's an outstanding football player. If you change his last name to Jones, he's not ranked number 1 in the country, but he's not ranked 95th either. And he's more like 30 to 50 for me. And that's where he should be. But I feel like we've kind of gone to one of two extremes with him in this conversation, where people push back against the overhype with then not giving him enough props for his ability. And I think part of that with Notre Dame fans is we saw what he did against Keon Keeley. Well, Keon Keeley would have done that to just about anybody else he played. Right?
It's fun to watch. On that I will.
Yes. And he doesn't play on a great team either. Like Bishop Isidore's not a great team. They just have him. There's like one other kid. Like I think one of his receivers is like a D1 prospect, but
it helps to have a quarterback who can distribute.
Exactly. He doesn't get enough credit by some. He gets overhyped by others because of his name. I think that's a fair. But for me, at the end of the day, Vince, he's a top 50 football player.
Right. Anybody would be happy to get him. I mean, that's the bottom. Right. This is a very interesting one here. From Nothing Personal. Last offseason, Brian Kelly started putting in more effort in recruiting, and it started paying off. If he was starting to do what it took to win, why would he quit when he was starting the final stretch? My hunch is that he started to see the work it would take to get there, and he realized he didn't want to put that much effort. What do you guys think?
I think that's part of it. Look, I think part of it too is he got offered a huge contract. I mean, and here's the thing: if at the end of the day, Kelly would have said, "Look, I was making $5 million a year at Notre Dame. I'm now going to make almost 10. I doubled my salary, and I took Notre Dame as far as I think I can take it. And I just was ready for a new challenge, and they offered a lot of money. You know what I'd say? Respect, coach. Appreciate you. Best of luck to you. And then just leave. Don't give me all the, we didn't win because of this and all this other bull crap he said. I'd have had no problem with it. I would have ripped him for leaving your team before the flipping playoffs are announced to find out if you're going to be in the college football playoff or not. But that's who BK is. But I have no problem with that. I don't think he wanted to. I don't think he saw me doing this much recruiting on a national scale as something I can see myself doing. He's made that comment several times at LSU about how it's nice where they don't have to go all over the country, because he only likes flying all over the country if he's going to see donors and boosters and people that are going to tell him how great he is. He'll fly anywhere he needs to for that, especially if there's a round of golf mixed in with that. So I don't think he wanted to do that permanently. And I think he realized that to win at Notre Dame, you have to do this all the time. And he's not willing to do that. I also think there's legitimate, you're at a place for 12 years. It's understandable. And you've had sort of a consistent level of success. It's understandable to say, you know what? I'm kind of at the end of my time at Notre Dame, whether it's this year or next year or the next year, to where it's coming to an end. But I'm also not old enough to retire when that's done. And so an opportunity like LSU presents itself. They're throwing a ton of money at you. There's a lot of good reasons to go to LSU. I wouldn't do it. I don't think LSU's a better job, but understandable why Brian Kelly would have done it. I don't have a problem with that. And I think those are the reasons ultimately that he left. And he feels that, I think some of the things he says he believes. He believes that he has a better chance to win at LSU than Notre Dame. He truly believes that. Brian Kelly doesn't think he was lazy on the recruiting trail. I mean, the things he says he believes, he's just wrong, in my opinion. But I think he believes all those things.
He never said, I took Notre Dame as far as I could take it. He's saying, I took it as far as they can go. Like, that's what he's saying.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. Right.
Further where he took it.
Right.
And he said that. It's not a secret, right? He's not saying, well, I've taken it as far as I can go. I'm going to go try another challenge. Like that. Those are two different things. You know what I mean? Like his ego, and head coaches have egos, but his ego says, hey, if I can't do it, nobody can do it. So I'm going to go someplace else.
100%. And I think that's been one of the issues that he's had since the success that Marcus Freeman has had, is because I think he's like, wait, hold on a second. Like, I think that kind of bothers him a little bit.
Yes.
He said, and this is what he said. He said, I felt like I did everything that I could at Notre Dame, and they felt like they did everything they could for me. So like he kind of said I did, but it was more of not saying what you said he should have said, Vince, but saying it in a way where it was almost like a shot. But I don't want to keep talking about Brian Kelly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look,
I'm only talking about him today is because people are asking about him.
He was putting on a recruiting trail because Marcus Freeman was asking him to. I mean, let's be honest about it, right? He's like, hey, I need you to close these guys for me. You know what I mean? Like, but that's what the role of the head coach is supposed to be. So again, we all know this. All right. VDub804. Why does so many Notre Dame fans think Notre Dame can't go into Ohio State and win? That loser mentality drives me crazy. Oregon went in there last year and won, so why can't Notre Dame?
BKPTSD.
It's a lot of letters, but it's correct.
All it is. It's when you say it slowly, it's on BKPTSD. It's because Notre Dame doesn't win these games. They haven't for a long time. And look, we don't know that Marcus Freeman is going to fix that. He's got to prove that. That's the first thing he's got to prove is that Notre Dame can forget winning these games. You got to prove that you can be competitive in these games.
Yeah.
The only teams that they've been competitive against in this scenario are teams like Georgia who don't score. Right? But anytime they've played a team with an explosive offense in this type of situation, or even a good offense, they've gotten blown out. So that's why. I think that a lot of fans, and this I understand, I think there's a lot of fans that don't want to get, and this is part of the BKPTSD, they don't want to get too excited thinking we're going to go into Columbus and win and then get stomped. And just the deflation, like set the bar here. And then if you get blown out, it's like, oh, okay, I expect that. It's just the first game. It's just, or if you play close and it's like, oh, I can get a moral victory out of that. But then if you win, it's just utter elation. So I understand that. I think Notre Dame still has a lot to prove. I understand why Notre Dame is a 14.5-point underdog or whatever it is now against Ohio State, because that's who Notre Dame's been for the last decade, right? Outside of 2012, when was the last time Notre Dame went on the road against a top 10 team and won a game like that?
Say 2012 was the last time is Oklahoma, right?
I think so. Every other big one they've had like that's been at home, right? Clemson, Michigan State in 2013, even though Michigan State was not ranked at the time, but they ended up being a really good team. So that would be my thing.
Matt Oh, hello.
Sorry, there was a bug that flew across my face. I was trying to grab it.
How do you think Jabron Payne could be used in a role to Theo Riddick?
Do you think Jabron? Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so, Matt. I think he could be that because Theo was not a natural receiver, but he was a good slot. He could run enough routes. He could run seams. He could run outs. He could run slants. He could run crossing routes, things that were more about athleticism than being a pure receiver. And he's successful there. So, yeah, I think we could see him in a role like that. I don't think that's why they recruited him per se, but I could see him in a role like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we might have mentioned this before in the past, but yes, I definitely see some similar body type, thick. Theo had more of a running back build, but he was quick and elusive and all those type of things. And I would argue that if Jabron Payne gets back to being 100% healthy, he's faster than what Theo was too. I would argue. I could be wrong, but I would argue that's true.
Sky Shark 425 with the super chat. Thank you very, very much. Dan Sickles, Peach Orchard, good idea, bad idea, go.
I don't have a clue what that means, Vince.
Full reference. I believe. And that's about as far as I know. Yeah. I studied the Civil War in a really, really long time.
I just saw it. It's a Gettysburg thing. So, yeah, I'm not familiar with that, to be honest with you. Interesting. I know what I'm going to be reading about this evening.
I have to look it up a little bit, to be perfectly honest with you, to give a, legit opinion on that for sure. I forgot about how we usually do our mailbags, Brian. I should have plugged my computer in.
Why? Is you're at what now? Okay. Is your cord nearby?
I can go grab it in a second. Yeah.
I'll pull this next question up, start answering it, and then you can go get your thing. So Ian Johnson asks, would you rather high school talent be spread out and no super dominant teams, or what we've had the past few years, couple teams running college football and getting most high-end talent? I don't know. Would I rather high school talent be spread out? I get what you're saying. So you're saying recruits going to – okay. I'm a big believer in rewarding success. So, Ian, I would not mandate anything, not that you're asking me to. I always prefer that there be more good teams. I think that makes the overall product better. I think it's more enjoyable when you just can't assume that this team's going to go out and dominate week after week. That's no fun. But you know what also is not fun and is a big reason? Like, I have people that know my politics think that I stopped watching the NFL because of politics. I stopped watching the NFL before any of that stuff came about. I stopped watching the NFL when every year it seemed like a 9-7 team was going to the Super Bowl. And you couldn't play defense and all that. But, like, I hate parity that's manufactured. I hate manufactured parity. I hate parity that's created because of you made rules to make it harder for teams to be great. I don't like standing in front of greatness. If you want to be better, then go do what you need to do to get better. So I would much rather see the best high school talent spread out and that there be more good teams and more great games and more teams in contention for a championship, but only if it comes because the other programs did what they needed to do to start competing with those programs. That's how I'd say it. So, yes, I would prefer that. But my concern, Ian, is that right now all the proposals for making that happen are built around punishing the teams doing it in a successful manner and making, like, what I hate about this a modern cultural movement in America in so many different levels is we want to bring the top down instead of lifting the bottom up. Despise it. Hate it. If you're not willing to do what you need to do for excellence, then you're just not going to be excellent. Don't lower the standard of what excellent is. And that's my thing. So I would prefer that there be more good teams. But as long as they're actually good, not we don't have any good teams left. Like, to me, last season wasn't quite as much fun for me because there weren't any excellent teams. Like, I didn't enjoy watching Cincinnati in the college football playoff. You know, some people maybe did, but I like excellence. I love excellence. And if I would much rather see 10 excellent teams than 2. Right. But if you bring the excellence down, then you just have 10 good teams, there's no excellence. And that's what I don't like. And that's why I've disliked any of the, don't let Bama spend this amount of money on their analysts or this. Why? How about you start spending that kind of money? There's other programs with more money than Alabama has. They're in freaking Alabama. I mean, come on. You know what I mean? So that's my only thing, Ian, is I would love to see the best players being spread out around. I would love to see the best coaches being spread out. I would love to see more parity as long as it's excellence, right? Not a bunch of 9-7 teams like the NFL had. I want to see, you're going 9-3 because, man, you played 5 epic games and your conference is just super good. And as opposed to, I went 9-3 because everybody's just kind of okay now. That's the difference, right? And in the NFL, that was my thing. It wasn't that these 9-7 teams, it was just a loaded NFL, and it's just like there's nobody any good. There's no Dallas of the 90s. There's no Niners of the 80s and 90s at the time when I stopped watching. There was no 98, 90s, 97, 98 Broncos. There was no, 80s Giants. There was no team. It was just a bunch of teams. And I don't enjoy that. I just don't enjoy that. So that's my soapbox question for the day.
I can roll with it. All right. Gabe wants to know, who do you guys want to see in the NBC booth this fall?
Oh boy.
This is a loaded.
I know who I don't want to see in the NBC booth this year. I don't want to see Jack Collinsworth in the NBC booth this year.
Worst call ever. And I saw some people say that it's going to be Jack Collinsworth. And who's going to be the color guy?
Jason Garrett.
I don't not know. But
I don't know anything about Jason Garrett as an analyst. Did he do games this past year? Or wasn't he still coaching this past year?
Giant staff?
I thought so. But I don't know if that was this year or the year before or whatever.
Hey, I've heard Jason Garrett speak in press conferences. I'll pass. But for me, it's about the play-by-play guy. And I do not want Jack Collinsworth to be the play-by-play guy. I don't. And I thank my lucky stars that I'm going to be at all the games because I won't have to listen to it. So that's honestly, that's where I'm at. I think that would be terrible.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this. I'm really not. I don't have a personal issue with Jack Collinsworth. Never really met him. Like, other than like just walking by him at press con. I've never met the guy. This is just an observation of visibility. He has the job he has now because he's Chris Collinsworth's son, and he sounds just like his dad.
Cole to his dad.
But the quality of what's coming out is not very good. Just not.
Play-by-play. And look, his dad is a color commentator.
Right.
We're looking for a play-by-play voice. So two completely different things.
Yeah.
Completely different things. I heard that he has done XFL games or something along those lines. I've never heard Jack Collinsworth.
It's just the same old thing. It's they're going to use Notre Dame as their minor league system to get him ready to start going to do NFL games. That's the only reason they would bring Jack Collinsworth here.
I'm impressed with Jack Collinsworth as a commentator.
That's why if I'm Notre Dame, I'm leaving. If I'm Notre Dame, I'm going to use NBC to get me a much better deal from Fox. That's what I would do. Because NBC treats Notre Dame as their minor league team. And that's why they had Drew Brees on there. Now, I love that Mike Tirico was on there. Mike Tirico is a pro. But
absolutely.
That's been few and far between. And then, of course, the first chance they get to bump him up to the big leagues, they do. But, Drew Brees was an experiment. They used Notre Dame to experiment for. And then you look at, to me, Jack Collinsworth, Jason Garrett's the same thing. You want Jack Collinsworth because he's a name, and they may think he has talent, but whatever. I mean, everyone can has different things that they can agree or disagree on. But you're going to use Notre Dame as an experiment to get him ready to go be one of your main, Sunday Night Football guy or something like that, right? Hard pass for me. I've never listened to an interview or a segment or anything he's done going back to his time at Notre Dame where I'm like, wow, it was really good. Only ever said, gee, he sounds a lot like his dad. That's it. And that's not personal. He could be the greatest kid in the world. I've never met Jack Collinsworth beyond, like I said, beyond just walking by him in a hallway.
Table. I'm not impressed. I mean, I've always thought that he's there because of who he is, not of what he's done.
He's got a great voice. I mean, if the talent was there, I'd be all for it. He's went to school at Notre Dame, right? We've always said we want Notre Dame people in the booth, right? He's got a great voice, right? Which matters. It's just at the end of the day, I still care more about what comes out of the voice and the words being said than the other thing. And but look, he is still young. I'll say that he's still young. He's still growing. I just feel he was thrown into things that he was not ready for because he was given opportunities beyond his talent. Now, maybe he works hard and gets better. I don't know what kind of work ethic he has. Maybe he takes this super seriously. And because it is his alma mater and because he does have aspirations, he could maybe put in a ton of work, study, do whatever, and then be good at this. I hope that's true.
Right.
And that'd be awesome for Notre Dame. I just haven't seen it yet.
It feels like he would be getting this job not based on what he has done.
Sure, agree. That doesn't mean he couldn't then turn it into something good.
He'd be very good at the beginning of the season or right away. You know what I mean? It would be
look, let's be honest. Lane Kiffin got some opportunities during his career because he was Monty Kiffin's kid. But he's turned that into a darn good football coach. Took some bumps in the road along the way, but he's turned it into becoming a really good football coach.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. So who would you want? Do you care? I mean, do you have anybody in mind?
I just want somebody. I mean, I've said this before. Another reason I want Notre Dame to go to Fox is because I want Gus Johnson doing all their games.
I think that would be a great fit.
I don't often agree with Joel, although Joel Klatt had a great segment on Colin Cowherd show recently. I don't often agree with Joel Klatt's college football takes. He's had some good ones about NIL, but he had a segment where he's talking about USC that was excellent, spot on, and some NIL stuff that was really spot on. But normally I don't agree with his takes, but I love Joel Klatt as a color guy in football. I think he's excellent in giving analysis of games in ways that I believe common fans, that sounds so insulting, but people that aren't football coaches or former football players, just the everyday fan, he can give you good detail in a way that's easily digestible.
Like Mike Mayock. I love Mike.
I loved Mike Mayock, but we're talking about two different languages to a degree, Exactly. But I think Joel Klatt is excellent. I think him and Gus Johnson are the most entertaining play-by-play duo in any level of football. NFL.
Fantastic.
Right.
It was fantastic.
Right.
It was
a relatively boring game until the very end, and they made it entertaining.
Yeah. No question.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm with you 100% on that.
Yeah.
If we're talking reality as to who could potentially be in the booth this year for NBC, look, Paul Burmeister, I think, does a decent job on radio. His history is on TV.
Right.
And so he would do a
he
fine
has
job.
filled in a few Notre Dame games in the past, and I thought he did a very good job.
I think he would do just.
I've never heard I've never really heard Ryan Harris do TV. I don't know if he'd be good in that role. I just don't know. I have watched Paul do TV. Like, I don't know what Paul does on the radio. I mean, it's not like you can DVR the radio broadcast and I just don't listen to it. But like when he's filled in for spring games, or there was times in the past like Tirico couldn't be there, I thought he does a great job. I think Paul would be very good. He's who I would get, but he's not a name like Jack Collinsworth. Correct. But that goes to your point. How does he get that job over Paul Burmeister?
Exactly.
Who's far more accomplished and talented, in my opinion.
Harris does a good job. He's a little bit too much of a homer for my take, but NBC is your home thing, so that would be
Paul Burmeister,
Ryan Harris. Like,
oh, gotcha.
He'll be like in the background as Paul Burmeister is calling a play. He'll be in the background like, woo! Like it's kind of like a Cubs broadcast. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Again,
which I kind of like. I'm not gonna lie to you. I because you get so much anti Notre Dame sentiment when they play road games. I wouldn't mind balancing it out with the thing with Ryan is all I would care about. And again, I don't know this true or not. I'm just saying, like, this is just true of any former Notre Dame player. As long as they know the game and they know the current team. Like, what I hate is when you get former players that are talking and they can explain X's and O's, but then they don't really know the team. Right. They'll make comments like I watched a little, and Ryan made a comment, DJ Brown's one of their best secondary players. I'm like, really? You sure about that? But I also thought he brought some good. That's the only game I've ever listened to him do was the Blue Gold game. And I thought he did a decent job. Right. There was a few things where it's like, I don't know if he knows the team like I think he should. Sure. But I also think that if that was his full-time job, Ryan's a really smart guy, and he loves Notre Dame. He would have a firmer grip on that, I think. But I would be perfectly fine if they took their TV crew and turned it into, or the radio crew and turned it into TV. I would much rather have that than Jack Collinsworth and Jason Garrett.
100% agree with that. I mean, 100 because look, Brady Quinn's not realistic. I don't know who the Golics are underneath right now. As far as I think they're self-employed potentially. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Golick would maybe be a color option.
Right.
I thought he did a good job back in the day when he would do color for games.
And I've heard Junior do color, and I think he does a good job too. So like, I would be fine with.
I don't know if I've ever paid attention to Junior doing a game.
Low-level bowl games I watched. He did fine.
Maybe I have. I just don't remember. But I do remember listening to Dad, and he's like you said, he'd be a much cheaper option because he's. Or here's a thought: if you want to promote Paul and Ryan to TV, bring in the Dad to be your radio guy, and then when Ryan Harris moves on to bigger and better things,
you will. I mean,
right? Because that's Then you've got I'd be totally fine. Or maybe you don't even have him. Maybe you bring him in to be like a halftime pregame guy for NBC. Like that's what they should be doing is moves like that. But they don't care enough about Notre Dame, which is why I would love to see CBS or Fox, throw a ton of money at Notre Dame because CBS doesn't have the SEC anymore.
Right.
So they can make Notre Dame their only. I mean, it's Notre Dame in the AAC, but they're always going to have Notre Dame be the prime thing. They would make the whole thing about. They don't have a pregame show or anything like that. So I would love to see one of those two things happen. In my opinion, that would be phenomenal for me. And then you could get a better, talent to do those games. And then you can start having Aaron Taylor do some of your stuff for Notre Dame because he works for CBS.
Yeah, I think he does a good job
because he's called a couple Notre Dame Navy games.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
CBS, and he's done a really good job on them.
Tommy Gunn says if the NCAA really had a set of cojones, they limit the number of teams in a conference to 10. Agree? Why or why not?
Agree. I would love to see them go back to it was the Big Ten, the Big East, the ACC, the SEC, the Big Eight. You could make it the whatever. And then the Southwest Conference and the Pac-12. What's that, 7 or 8? Yeah. I would love to see that. And look, because you could still do it to where it's the same number of teams and you're just instead of splitting it, because then it's like, okay, let's say the SEC decided, which would be phenomenal, like if Mike Slade really wanted to do what's best for college football, he would say, instead of making one super conference with 2 divisions or 4 pods or whatever, we're going to make 2 conferences under the same leadership. We're going to bring back the Southwest Conference. Most of the Southwest Conference is now in the SEC, right? So if I'm going to pull up the old Southwest Conference, right? Because I believe Texas was in it. They're now there. Oklahoma was a Big 8 team, but it was Arkansas. They're now in the Southwest Conference. It was Oklahoma actually was in it. You had Texas and Texas A&M. So 4 of those teams were in it. I always thought the Missouri was in it, but so it'd be Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Texas Tech. But you could put then Missouri out there. You could maybe do like Kentucky, but because you're going to add 2 more teams because they're going to be up to 8 teams. Add 2 more teams, make 2 10-conference teams. But you bring back the one as a separate conference. Now I'm negotiating as Mike, Slide. I'm negotiating deals for both of my leagues under the same umbrella. What one does, the other does. So maybe you can then go, you can maybe then go steal TCU and Baylor out of the Big 12, because then they'd have to get rid of 2 teams, right? The Big 12 can't be at 12. They have to get rid of a couple teams. Maybe they do something different. I would completely, like, if there's been a lot of talk about, I should probably do an article about this, or maybe a series of shows this summer, where if I was the king of college, they've always talked about there being a college football commissioner.
Yeah.
And if college football was going to kind of come under one umbrella that's not necessarily the NCAA, and we're going to be part of one big institution, instead of like 32 teams, like 70, 75, right? I would one of the things I would do is I would change the conference structure. I would say, if you're going to submit to being part of this entity, then you have to submit to a deal where we're going to have, we're going to sort of make it to where we have TV deals with outlets, Fox, ESPN, and all this, but the money's going to get distributed across so the TV money is going to be split evenly. Now, your booster money, your donor money, there's no cap on that, but the TV money is going to get split a bit between everybody in these leagues, right? So there's nobody jumping from the Big 10 to go here or the Big 12 to go here for more money. Right, we're going to get back to the leagues being what they are. We're not going to have teams in the Southeastern Conference in the southwestern freaking part of the United States.
Right.
Okay. So, and then kind of go back to that. And you could even say, hey, look, if you want to have an independent league, right, then we can have an independent part of this entity too. So if Penn State wanted to go back to being an independent instead of being in the Big 10 or the Big East, because you can only have 10 teams. So some teams are going to have to move around. That's okay, because we're all part of this new college football world where everybody's getting the same amount of money from TV, because that's why the independent division went away, and that's why the Big East went away. It's all because it was about money, TV money. Yeah. ESPN has done so much harm to college football while also doing a lot of good, and I think that would be a great move, but that would only work. The NCAA can't do that. The NCAA legally can't do this based on the current rules. The current legal rules are, because this came through a court case, is that the conferences could negotiate their own TV deals. So you'd have to break off from the NCAA, start this new college football universe, and then the schools would have to then agree to be part of this deal where the money would be spread out. It would have to be agreed upon entering into that division. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think the SEC is going to do that. So that's why I've said the Big 10 could show some leadership and say the Big 10 could say, hey, everybody else, we're going to get together. Screw the SEC. We're going to get together, and we're going to form this thing, and you guys can either come along for the ride or you can do your own little thing down there, but you're going to become irrelevant after a while because there's 50 of us and 18 of you, right? Something like that, and we're not going to play you. We're not going to schedule you unless you jump on our thing. So are they going to just keep playing each other and reward their own little trophy? Okay, fine. People in the Southeast might care about that, but there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, well, this is lame, right? So that's something I would do. I would definitely do that, and then make more conferences, 7 conferences of 8. You can have 8 to 10 teams. You don't have to have 10, but you have to have at least 10. That's what I would do. I think that'd be awesome. Be awesome.
Okay, we got a little bit of a math problem here. I hope you're ready for this. Mike Michaels says saying is greater than more is greater than or equal to car.
No. Take the first one and slide it all the way back to the end, and then get rid of the equals to.
Oh, you're saying okay? I see what you're saying. Yeah. So you
Move the first one to the back of the line, then get rid of the equal sign, and
be
it's
more greater than car is greater than saying is what you
correct.
would say. And
Correct.
here's another one. It says Dante is greater than car is greater than saying. So
Brandon
that's exactly
nailed it. Brandon nailed it. Correct.
right.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah. That.
Earlier, Mark Stewart was talking about Notre Dame and NIL, and he made a great point. I mean, he talked about Rocket. Another one is
Right.
Brady Quinn. Could you imagine the deals that Brady Quinn would have got when he was here too? But no, Rocket. I mean, good Lord. Like Elon Musk might have signed Rocket to an NIL deal. Like, think about that. I mean, I'm being serious. You know what I mean? Like, if he had his thing back then, of course, Elon Musk wasn't that guy then. I'm just making the point. Like, if he was existed, if Rocket was existed, like he was playing college football now.
No, you're absolutely right. There were so many opportunities for guys back in the day. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
Irish for Life says, question, is there any hope for the Indiana football program? How good can IU be? What can IU do to get there?
Hope for the IU program, Indiana program, in regard to, being a bowl team on a consistent basis. Absolutely. I think they can get there.
Sure.
I think they have to make the right hire, but I think there's enough talent in Indiana, in Illinois, in Ohio, and Kentucky, and Tennessee, and then go find some 3-star kids in Texas and Florida and things like that, to where you can be a competitive-ish team. 6 to 7 wins a year. Occasionally you win 8 or 9. Occasionally you have the rebuilding year, but I don't think there's any reason that Indiana can't be that. It's just a program like Indiana needs a dynamic coach. And the problem is that in today's era, there is still enough of a money difference to where you could go to Indiana, be successful, and somebody's going to offer you double to triple what your salary is. So unless Indiana is willing to spend big boy bucks, they're never going to be that kind of team. But, can they be a team that can consistently be successful? And then if they do get the right coach for a 4 or 5 year period, they kind of take that next step. Sure. I think they could certainly be that. I mean, you think about some similar teams, like if Kentucky can do it in the SEC, why can't Indiana do it in the Big Ten West? Or are they in the East? They're in the West, right? Indiana's in the West.
Using whatever Michigan and Ohio State
okay, so they're in the
they?
East, which doesn't make a lot of sense geographically, but whatever.
About the geography that makes a whole lot of sense.
Right. So, but yeah, I would do that, Vince. I would do that.
Okay. What do you think of their coach now? The guy that they've got?
Really good defensive coordinator. Okay. Really good motivator. Great human being. Just not a super fired up about him as a head coach.
Fair enough. I was just curious what your thoughts were, Tom Allen.
I don't know if I've ever seen a coach who can get his players as bought into him as Tom Allen.
Not an easy thing to do.
But you got to tell him where to go the right way. I think that's kind of the issue.
Funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Tyler Bedwell says, I'm going to get so much hate for this, but Sean Crawford was a great Notre Dame fit, but not a championship level guy. He was a solid player, but wasn't great and never saw him getting there.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the Sean Crawford post 2 knee injuries and torn Achilles, sure. But Sean Crawford coming out of high school was flat out a legitimate Notre Dame caliber player. He was going to be starting on that 2015 team as the nickel until he blew his knee out.
I remember that. Yeah.
And then he came back the next year after tearing his knee up. A year later, he starts the first 2 games, plays great against Texas, has a pick that he runs back almost for a touchdown, plays really well against Nevada, and then Achilles gone. And he just was never the same guy after that. But he then still came back and was a pretty darn good nickel player for Notre Dame in 2017 until the next year he tore his other knee. The fact that he was able to even be a competent solid player as a 5'9" DB that's had 2 ACL surgeries and a torn Achilles says a lot about how dynamic of an athlete he was. He was also super instinctive. he was explosive athletically coming out of high school. Like Sean Crawford was a legitimate top 100 player coming out of high school.
Is what kept him competitive after all.
This kept him, but it also says about him being not the athlete he was, but still able to do what he did, says a lot about the athlete he was before the injuries.
Yep.
So yes, he
started way up here.
If he just would have had one of those injuries, not all three, he'd have been a darn good college football player. Like a darn good college football player. Like there's no reason he couldn't have been Julian Love for me. Just no reason. None. He was faster. He was more explosive. He just was about 1.5 inches shorter. That's it. So yeah, he was phenomenal. I want to bring up something. Brandon was talking about my football memory, and Will Chesanik said, Brian's taking off where Lou left off. Rest in peace. I'm not even close to Lou, but having one person on this planet say me in the same sentence as Lou Samoji is about as big of a compliment as you can give me. And I appreciate that because he was the greatest guy, greatest football mind. I've been thinking, I always think about Lou a lot, but when I heard that Roger Valdesari died last night, obviously you think of Lou because I'd be sitting in the office with BGI and Roger would come in and just listening to him and Lou talk was like one of the greatest joys. Like I'm getting paid to do this. Like this is pretty awesome. But anyone that would ever compare me to Lou Samoji, number one, I don't agree. I'm not I'm doing the best I can, but I'll never be Lou or anywhere close. No one will. But the fact that somebody said it is an incredibly great honor and respect, and I appreciate that. I don't normally bring up compliments into the show, but that's more about Lou. But man, that's an incredible honor, and I truly appreciate that. I truly appreciate that.
Little Gravy with a super chat. Thank you very much. Asks, scale of 1 to 10, what is y'all's confidence on Caleb Downs?
I think I said the other day I was like a 5. I can't remember what I said when we talked about this a couple weeks ago. I'd probably go like a 5. I think he likes Notre Dame a lot. I just think at the end of the day, he's going to stay at Georgia or Alabama. I think Notre Dame is a legitimate player for him, which is why I'm not at a 3 right now.
From where he's at.
He's getting ready to make his 4th visit to Notre Dame in June. You don't take 4 visits if you're not legitimately interested in a program. I just don't see that.
I don't know.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to wrap this up soon because we're getting up on 4 hours, and there's still a ton of great questions. So let's get 4 or 5 more, and then we'll hop out of here.
Question: who has to step up for Notre Dame to pull out the win at Ohio State, win the college football playoff? Are they the same people?
Yeah.
You're going to need really good play from the quarterback position.
Yeah,
right?
Tyler Buchner, top of the list.
Same answer for both. I mean,
O-line, right? You need your O-line to step up and play well, right? So all those guys.
Have a second corner step up, whoever that happens to be. You know what I mean?
Lorenzo Styles.
Sure.
Right? Riley Mills. Maris Luafau. Those are
Safety is on the other side of Joseph.
Right.
Right.
Those are all guys going to be incredibly important to that. And yeah.
You know,
yeah.
It's going to have to be that. They're going to have to win it. It's not going to be one guy that I don't think is going to win the game for them, right? I don't see that being the case. Now, could Tyler Buchner put the team on his back and carry them to a win? Okay, I could see that happening, but I really do feel like it's going to have to be a team win. You know, they're going to have guys step up all over the place.
At the top of the list, though, is the quarterback and the O-line. I mean, those are the two. Those two play well against Ohio State, you got a shot to win. If those two keep playing well, you got a shot to beat anybody on a given Saturday. Here's an interesting comment to somebody. Will Chanik said, I think Reggie Bush is the best college football player I have ever seen, and I don't think it's really close. I assume he's kind of a late 90s guy to now, Vince. I have a question for you. Who's the best college football player from let's say, late 90s on? It's So I don't think it's Reggie Bush. I think Reggie Bush had one of the best single seasons
because seeing him in person was dynamic.
Yeah,
like,
he was special.
About seeing them like with his own two eyes. Like I never got a chance to see Rocket play in person. I never got a chance to see Tim Brown play in person.
You still watch TV and you still,
Even then, like that was 87. I was 6, right? Or Rocket was what, early 90s or late 80s or
90, 88 to 90. Yeah.
Really appreciate what I was seeing. When Reggie came onto the scene, that was like 05, 06. So now you're talking 24, 25 for me. Like that's when I was like, he was doing things that I was like, man, I'd love to not be playing against that guy. And I would wish he was in, a Notre Dame uniform, like that kind of a thing. But he was dynamic. No question about it. I'm trying to think of some other guys that I would put in that.
I mean, here's my thing. In Reggie's best year, I still don't think he was the best player in college football.
Who was?
Vince. I mean, Vince Young was phenomenal that year. And when they met on the biggest stage, Reggie played well that game. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Reggie played really well that game. And it was stupid that he wasn't in the game in that last play. But Vince Young was a monster that year. I mean, he was an absolute monster that year. I mean, threw for 3,000 yards, rushed for 1,000 yards.
The Rose Bowl against USC, right? So,
right. But, I mean, he had a lot of talent on the team, too. I mean, that a lot of dudes drafted. I mean, those two great teams. But, I thought Vince was unreal that year as well. I mean, he just had a tremendous year. So, I mean, obviously, we're older. I saw Barry Sanders playing at college, and I wasn't very old, but I still knew that was something special. Rocket was a better player than Reggie Bush. It's just the era he played in. He didn't have the numbers. He wasn't going to produce the numbers. But I mean, I think with all due respect, Tim Tebow's got to be in this conversation.
Yeah,
he was a great college player. I think Lamar Jackson has to be in this conversation. Lamar was incredibly. I mean, Lamar had as many big runs as Reggie had. Like wow, that was impressive. And people often, we've talked about this before, people forget that Lamar threw for over 3,000 yards. I mean, he wasn't like Michael Vick because Michael Vick was mostly a runner in college.
Sure.
Right. I mean, but and that's another guy. That redshirt freshman year for Michael Vick was unreal. I mean, unreal good. But yeah, I mean, those are Peter Warwick was a tremendous player in college. And that was a little bit before maybe the window we're talking about. I'm just trying to think of some different players that I'd say Reggie Bush is probably my pick for the best running back in the last 20 years. But I don't know if I could say best player. What's that?
I said 5 o'clock somewhere.
No, I got to send Sean some stuff for a meeting tonight. So, but yeah, I would. That's probably. I mean, and Trevor Lawrence was a great player. I mean, Joe Burrow's one single season at LSU was better than anyone's. But then it's like, okay, but Reggie had 3 great years. I mean, there's all types of ways to look at it. No one's talking about Ndamukong Suh. I mean, Ndamukong Suh is probably the most dominant college football player I've ever seen, just physically dominant, even more so than Orlando Pace, right? I mean, just he was special. But usually we focus on.
Fun to watch Davion Clowney play defense in college.
But he was just so inconsistent, though.
I know.
Like
but those high plays
was fun to watch if you were watching a highlight reel.
Sure.
But if Ndamukong Suh just could take over an entire game.
Yeah.
I mean, and just dominate an entire game. So those are always really interesting conversations, in my opinion. That you look at and say, boy, that's I mean, because and then you could talk to people older than me, and they'd start talking about Herschel Walker and Bo. Well, Bo only had really like one great year. They never really used him. Herschel was just a monster from the moment he stepped foot on campus. I mean, you look at compare their stats in college. I mean, I think there were 2 years that Bo didn't even have 1,000 yards. And again, that was more about how he was used than it was anything about Bo. But I mean, and then of course, like I said, Barry Sanders. I don't say that Barry Sanders was the greatest college player because he only was a starter for 1 year, but there was never a better single season than the one. And why aren't we talking about Christian McCaffrey? Christian McCaffrey was way more productive than Reggie Bush was. I mean, he broke Barry Sanders' all-purpose record. he doesn't get enough respect because of where he played, because nobody gives a crap about Stanford. It was the same conference, and he was a more productive player and should have won a Heisman Trophy. Herschel Walker in his 3 years played 11 games each year, Vince. And I don't think they counted bowl games back then. Year one, 1,616 yards as a freshman, 15 touchdowns. Sophomore year, 11 games, 1,891 yards, 18 touchdowns. Junior year, 1,752 touchdowns and 16 yards and 16 touchdowns. And everybody knew he was getting the ball on every single play.
Right.
I mean, it was – yeah, Bo had 2,000-yard seasons. Excuse me. As a freshman, he had 829 yards. As a junior, he had 475 yards in 12 games. I don't know how that happened. As a sophomore, he had 1,213 and 12 touchdowns. As a senior, when he won the Heisman, he had 1,786 and 17 touchdowns. So yeah, he was pretty dynamic. He was pretty dynamic, but he didn't have the year after year that Herschel Walker had. And Herschel Walker's rushing record for touchdowns in the SEC was broken by Tim Tebow, who, again, I despised the hype about him, because meaning like he's all they ever talked about was Tim Tebow.
Oh my
God. There's other games today, fellas, but it doesn't take away from how great he was.
Tim Tebow fatigue, but he was a great college football player, no question.
Right. That was part of my issue with LeBron James early in his career. Wasn't that I didn't respect his game? Well, my issues with him go way beyond that now.
That's fair enough.
Early on, I was like, okay, he's great, blah, blah, blah. Can we talk about someone else, please? You know, but that's kind of what it's been like. It's been like that for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how it was for Larry Bird when I was a kid, but at least they'd still talk about Magic a little bit. But I mean, it wasn't as bad because I was a Celtics fan. But it's just like, okay, can we talk about other players, please? That'd be great if we could do that. I'm just kind of scrolling through here. There's so many good questions. We're just not going to get close to any of them, all of them, because we're at 4 hours now, and we're not even halfway through. We're not even at 3:15 is where I'm at right now, Vince, for looking through questions. So I just want to see if there's any super chats or anything else like that we have. Somebody brought up starter jackets, Vince. You remember starter jackets? I was watching the 93 Notre Dame Florida State game, and the Florida State coaches were all rocking starter jackets.
Yep. I had a Notre Dame starter jacket.
Nice. Never had one. Never had a starter jacket. Yeah, I always wanted one, but I just never had one. I'm waiting for the day those come back, because I will rock one now.
I wish I still had mine.
I can afford one now, buddy.
You better believe long time. Let me tell you, long time.
Yeah. That'd be pretty cool.
I have to save all my pennies for a friggin' letter jacket.
What's that?
Save all my pennies for a letter jacket.
I never had one of those either. I never really cared about that. Like
mortgage on your house, second mortgage.
I was never. You talking about the Letterman jackets and stuff? Yeah. It was never. That was never my thing. I'm going through here. Boy, we're at the part where we were talking about Flintstones.
That was a long time. That was when Ryan was
a long time ago. Yeah. I'm not even. I'm barely at 3:30 now. So yeah, we're just not going to get to all these questions, everybody. I apologize, but you all just
we'll have another one. Don't worry.
Great questions. Yes, Vince is correct. Bring them to the message board, and then I have all night to answer them. After I mow, after my meeting with Sean, I come back to it.
Look at you.
Yep. So, and I don't think we have any super chats.
I
didn't see any.
Somebody said Desmond Howard's greater by Rocket than a lot.
Oh,
break.
That's
someone who's only going off of stats, not greatness. Correct.
Sorry.
Because when those two played against each other, let's be honest, Rocket was the one usually dominating those matchups. Desmond didn't get his W until afterwards.
Right.
When you consider Irish Breakdown mock starter jackets, the problem is I don't design new gear. That'd be so awesome. But I can't start new gear. I can only sell what is offered at the print on demand place. But that'd be amazing. That'd be so much fun. I
want the zipper. You know how it used to have the S and the star, I want the zipper, the IB logo.
Yeah.
I want if we're designing it.
Yep. Okay. He corrected himself. Sid said less than Rocket, but he put greater than Rocket by a lot. And that was about to ban Sid from the channel, but he totally redeemed himself. with the switch of the greater than, less than comment. So, somebody just brought up like Johnny Rodgers. That's what I honestly miss about the 70s and 80s is there were so many great running backs in the 70s and 80s. I mean, Billy Sims, Johnny Rodgers. I mean, Mike Rozier for Nebraska. I mean, there were so many great running backs. I do miss when running backs were big time players. Yeah. Barry Sanders, in his first 2 years at Oklahoma State, rushed for 928 yards in 2 years. Because do you remember, Vince, who he was sitting behind?
Who Barry was sitting behind?
Who started over him his first 2 years? Because you're thinking, like, how bad of a coach do you have to be to not start Barry Sanders? But do you know who started ahead of him? Makes a little more sense. Thurman Thomas.
Oh, yeah, he was pretty decent.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah. So Hall of Famer as well. And then Barry, so as a freshman, Barry had 325 yards. He had 7 kick returns for 166 yards. As a sophomore, rotating in with Thurman Thomas, 603 yards, had 14 kick returns for 442 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also had 15 punt returns for averaged 31.6 yards on 14 returns. 2 he took for scores. 15 punt returns, averaged 16.3 yards, had 2 touchdowns. So he returned 29 kicks total that year. 4 of them he took back to the house. That was as a sophomore. Then as a senior, he averaged only 20 yards on 21 kick returns. But he had a touchdown and he had a punt return touchdown. But in 11 games, because remember they didn't count the bowl game back then. He had 2,628 rushing yards, averaged 7.6 yards per carry in 11 games. That's insane.
It is.
That is absolutely insane. In basically a Power 5 conference at the time, because they were the Big 8, I believe. Or were they in the Southwest Conference? Whatever. They played good teams. And he was phenomenal. He was an unbelievable player. I remember because I probably only maybe watched one game that he played in like live. I watched 2. I watched there was a game they played in the regular season where he went off, and then I watched the Wyoming bowl game. But you'd see the highlights every Saturday night. Sure. Like, wow, this guy's unreal. He was absolutely unreal. So Richard Lawrence says, coming from Canada to watch my first game this fall, what is the best section to watch from? So, Richard, there's really not a bad seat in the house at Notre Dame Stadium. There's really not. I will say this. If you can get somewhere on one of the sides and go higher, like a lot of people want to kind of get down on I'm just telling you, the best seats are to me, the upper bowl, because you can see everything. You don't ever have to look back. You can just look down. There's not a nosebleed section at Notre Dame. I mean, the closest thing to a nosebleed section is the press box, and I love our seats in the press box.
Me too. And I would also say, just because of the Jumbotron now, the north side of the stadium is probably the better side, so you can see
closer to touchdown Jesus. But if you're on the side,
you can see just fine.
As opposed to the end zones, you can see it. But Vince is correct. The further you said that's the north side.
The north side is touchdown Jesus. Yeah,
correct. So north side, but on the sides are definitely the best place to be. But because in USMA 87, I would sit where you see the Jumbotron. Right. That's why the one bad place to sit from a Jumbotron standpoint is the south end zone. Like but if you're on any of the sides, you're fine. But the further north you get, because that's where we were, Vince, at the game you and I went to last year together. Who's that against? Toledo? We were on the side. We were on the north side, like around like about the 30, 35 yard line. And we could right.
Perfect.
And I'm telling you, upper bowl's cheaper, but those are the better seats. I agree. I've always felt that, but there's other people like being closer. Other people like being closer to the action. That may be the coach in us because we like seeing everything. Other people like really getting down there and seeing it all.
I like the new press box. I guess it's new. Like the new one now is even higher than the older one was. The older one was almost too close.
Right. Like I love where the press box.
I do. Like you don't have to look, to see it's all right there, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yep. So, Vince, that's it, man. You want to take us out of here?
So, everybody, make sure that you here. I'll throw it up. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit the notification bell because you never know when we're going to be back on with a show. So make sure you do all that.
Tomorrow, by the way, Sean and I will have a show tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Right.
We're going to do our RTCF show.
And that stands for?
Recruiting, a team topic, God's football. Our team topic for tomorrow is, what does Notre Dame? We talked last week, can Notre Dame be a dynasty again? Tomorrow we're going to focus on, okay, well then what needs to happen for them to get to that point in time?
Okay. All right. So for Brian, I'm Vince. Thanks for joining us on our Friday free-for-all mailbag, and we will talk to you next time, tomorrow, on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.